Oh, that's the real apples. Yeah, man. You looking like the devil who created you. Chip, what's up, motherfuckers? What's good? So give me a second. I didn't want to be too late starting, so I'm hustling. So we'll get into shit here in a minute. But I'm gonna take a minute and chill before we chop it up, because I need to take a breather. I've been working on it. I don't even remember when I started, but I have my first two big weddings this coming weekend. So I was going through sound switch and all our lighting. And if you ever seen our setup before, it's not just like a table and a couple lights. It's like setting up a goddamn concert. Feelings, nothing but feelings. Now I've been setting that shit up all day, so I'm just gonna chill just for a couple minutes. Chill with you guys here, light a cigarette, take a breath, and then we'll get into it. What's good? What's up, everybody in the chat? What's good with you? What's the happenings? Who said that? Oh. Well, pardon moi. Not me up that thing, right? But what's up, everybody? Yeah, before we get to the shit, like I said, I'm just gonna chop it up for a minute. That way I can chill before I walk into it, because, like I said, I literally just tore down. Like our whole studio was full of concert gear, essentially, and I had to rip all that shit down, run to the gas station, come back, and then jump on here. So just give me a second so I can collect myself. But your boy won his DJ battle Saturday, so I'm still coming. I've not been able to really wind down at all this weekend, because for those that watch and listen, when I DJ, especially battle week, I'd be going hard. And then Saturday, obviously that's late, and I come home and I'm all gassed up, and then I go live and I talk about it and I share the stream there for those that haven't seen it. And then I usually DJ a little bit. And then I turn around and do this the shit I did all day today. Thank you, Andrew. I told that motherfucker I was going to son him. I told him he's going to call me daddy after this battle. Yazerski. Yep. And so Boogie's the commissioner, president, whatever, founder, whatever of the league. And shout out to Boogie. He's done a great job. I think this is next month will be 2 full years of the league. He's done a great fucking job. But he had told me going into this season, he was like, man, because I was like, dude, I need that title shot, bro. I've been banging them out. He's like, I need a streak. After I sunned dude Saturday night, I walked up to him, like, slapped him on the chest. I was like, there's your streak, motherfucker. Sign me up. Damn, I didn't even hit the button. Sorry, guys. Drink break.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Get fucked up. 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 Get fucked up.
Yep, crash test, DJ crash test dummy. I won't go through all that right now, but that was the new DJ name that I gave him going into our battle. This guy right here. You boy be silly. You boy be silly. There's one. Oh shit! There was one more thing I was gonna say before that. Before we gets down to business. I lost it. And my ADHD brain, once it's gone, I'm usually not getting it back. But again, one more time, what's up, everybody in the chat? Thanks for hanging out. Do all that cool YouTube shit. Pound knobs, turn buttons, whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know what DJs do. So how the fuck am I supposed to know what you're supposed to do on the YouTube? All right. Let me get this video pulled up here. Nope, not that one. There you go. There you go, StreamYards. So I'll keep my intro brief because it's a longer video. I'm gonna do my best to get to the end of it. It's a long video. I'm gonna do my best. If we don't get there, I have my handy dandy notebook. We'll get through it and chop it up. But I want to start by saying this: I prefer. Well, anybody knows me, whether it's a DJ battle, and like when we talk shit, we're talking shit for fun, right? Because behind the scenes, it's all love. It's gamesmanship, right? When it comes to like real life shit, I prefer if I got something to say, I'm gonna say it to your fucking face, right? That's what I prefer. I spent a couple hours deliberating to and with myself about hitting Neil up because Neil had messaged me 2 or 3 times, something like that. I deliberated: do I invite him to just have this conversation and just chop it up? Because that's what I prefer, right? And then there's a quote, and Jay-Z even used it in a song back in the day. Don't argue with fools because people from a distance can't tell who is who. I don't want anything that I'm saying to get lost in the shuffle or lost in a back and forth, because at this point, heels are dug in. I don't think there's necessarily a changing of a mind that's going to happen. So I didn't see that being fruitful, so to speak. So I decided to approach it this way because there's a few things I want to say as we go through this that I want to highlight. But I want to start with that because I again be consistent. So I want to be consistent in also how I approach this and how I typically approach these things and why I'm handling this one this way. Because normally, if y'all are familiar with the channel, I'll just holler at your boy. I don't give a fuck. This one, I actually think it becomes more of a distraction if we were to go back and forth, because there's a weird part of this that I'm watching, And so, and I don't know. Neil says he's been, he ripped and ran the streets, went to prison, yada yada yada, whatever. Okay, cool. I don't know. I'll take him at his word. If that is accurate, here, like I watch the way people move, right, the way they act, and I've been there, done all that shit. There's this weird dynamic with Neil and Derek that I like. I don't get. It's weirdo to me, and it's like Derek comes out, pounds his chest. I'm done with this. I'm done with that, and now Neil's doing all the making all of it. So it's like Derek's big homie, he's little homie. I can tell you right now, I never got little homied. You weren't ever getting me doing your dirty work. Ever. I'll handle mine, but I ain't doing yours for you. And I think I'll stop there because there's other things I could say, but I think it'd be more meaningful as we get into it. So, yeah, right before I hit play, let's have one more drink break, and then we'll get into it.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Yep. Like I said, the first video I did on this with specifically with Neil's stream where we talked about Matt, and we'll get into that again. The first stream I did, be consistent. Obviously, this is be consistent part 2. So I want all of us to keep that word consistent or consistency at the forefront as we're going. All of us together and as individuals, that we keep that word top of mind as we're going through this.
Tackle. Now, Chrissy got the most of it because honestly,
I want to keep Chrissy out of this because of the heat she's getting right now. So I wanted to stop that earlier.
I'm at that point where I think people need to go scorched earth against Chrissy Hansen because, again, last night everyone was just like heaping praise on her. Like, oh, she's such a great ally, and like Chrissy Hansen is one of the most toxic people in this community. She's more toxic than Derek. She's more toxic than Neil.
You use the term the blacks multiple times as a noun. That's not a good look. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun.
And so, and I do want to thank
There we go.
Hot Program for that.
All right, so here's the question. I had asked this question on like 4 accounts. Had to listen to this raggedy bitch for like 40 minutes to actually get her to answer my question. As much as I hate this raggedy bitch, she really do need some BBC though. Come on, y'all, just keep it real. Come on, y'all know some good dick would change this bitch's life.
In this video, you will attain 0 gnosis. My apologies for those who are not into petty YouTube political drama. In fact, I was very happy to see the comments of my last live stream of most the disappointment and people saying, please don't do this. Please go back to your normal content. It actually made me feel better knowing that I cultivated an audience of people who don't care about this petty nonsense, who actually are here for ancient history, mythology, the Bible. And that's
But here you are. But here you are. But here you are.
exactly what you're going to get from this channel. However, I do feel it's right for me to stand up to online bullying, harassment, and slandering, even borderline doxing in some cases. And I do want to give a timeline of my disassociation with the online atheist movement, which acts very much like a cult, which I will demonstrate in this video. In this video, I'll be doing what's called an internal critique. Now, I have to say that very slowly for people like Dan McClellan, Ricky Brock, Shannon Q, and others who think that me pointing out moral inconsistency is somehow a false equivalency. No, this is called an internal critique, which involves evaluating something like an idea within its own framework or by its own principles, focusing on identifying strengths and weaknesses without relying on external perspectives.
Neil, I welcome an internal critique if the internal critique is not a dodge. I'll take it all day. I'll take constructive criticism all day. If that is not your attempt to take the attention off of dumb shit that you've said or done, or your big homie has said and done, or whatever, like, I'm here for it. Give me all the smoke. But when it's a dodge, no, not so much, bro. Not so much.
In this particular case, I am not agreeing with the claim that when you platform somebody, you normalize their behavior. This is the claim that was weighed against myself for hosting Bob Price recently and other times, like Giorgiani, for example. I have a policy on my channel that I started about 2 years ago that if I host someone on my channel, I do not condone their political beliefs or believe in their worldview. I have them on because I want to have interesting discussions about their particular area of study, even if I disagree with them. However, I didn't always have this policy. A little over 2 years ago, I did try to follow along with the dogmas, if you will, of this online atheist movement. But I started to care less and less about this as time went by, as I started to disassociate myself from this movement. I am not defending Bob Price or trying to make people think that they should still watch me or that they shouldn't criticize me. Also, the claim that people that were making, like Kip Davis,
I think the thing that frustrated me the most is that so much of this has taken place in a dark corner, and he and Neil were the ones to decide for everyone that this was the time and that this was happening, regardless of what the rest of the community thought.
deciding for the community if Bob should be allowed back in their community is completely bogus. Never did I or Derek ever say that you should accept Bob into your community. I've never made that claim. That was just sort of thrown at me as if I was intending for people to have to accept him. I don't care if you accept him.
No, here's the problem, Neil. And that's why I said that. This is why I did for a couple hours. Went back and forth on that whether I should just hit you or you and Derek up and do this face to face or just go through this. And this is the reason I think it's best this way, because we would never, like, these things would never be heard, right? You say that, but again, you're either following Derek around like a little boy or you're his little homie, because as soon as Derek went on, well, at least two channels that I'm aware of, not including his own, and was like, nah, Bob's a racist. He's a transphobe. He's go on down the line. And then however long, what was it, hour plus, I don't even remember, hour plus that he spent talking to Jay about how fucked up it is and yada, 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 yada. You followed suit, bro. So it's not like you were like, well, Derek, you make your decision. I'm going to keep rocking with him. Again, all I'm asking you for is to be consistent. You can be consistently wrong or consistently right. I'm just asking for you to be fucking consistent. So I'll say what I said before. Either y'all were lying to us then, or you're lying to us now. That's all we want to know. Like 100. That's all we want to know. And I'll say this before we get too much further in this, because as far as this, like, cancel me this, cancel me that, bro. I again, I can only talk for me. I ain't trying to cancel you, bro. I haven't defriended you guys. I've not hit an unsubscribe button. I'm not out here on that petty shit, bro. I'm at least for me, I can only talk for me. I've not told, including myself, I have not told one motherfucker, unsubscribe. Don't be their friend. Don't talk to them. Nah. Not me. I haven't done that. So Neil, you at one stage of this, and we'll get to it, but I'm paraphrasing. You say something along the line of, you'd try to smear or what, and we'll get to it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but you smear whatever. I'm gonna call that shit out. Touche. And I said this months ago. Well, at the beginning of the year, I said it starting in 2025 that I was done playing patty cake with bullshit. And if I hear it in a seat, I'm gonna fucking call it out. I'm still on that. And before this shit even popped off, was it 3 months ago, 4 months ago now? I started a new channel. I try to go live there once a month. There is no gray. Targeted at dumb shit. Focused on bigotry. Like it needs to be called out. So you have associated yourself with it by following Derek's lead. So that was what, to come full circle. Derek doubled and tripled down on, no, dude is racist. I'm not going to have him on anymore. You followed suit. Then Derek says, for whatever reason, I'm going to have him back on. Then you follow up the monkey see, monkey do thing. And then you wonder why you got caught in the crosshairs? I mean, I'm probably, when it comes to academia and all that, I'm probably the least qualified, but I'll tell you what I am qualified on: common fucking sense. I don't know what the big miss is here, bro. What am I missing?
Tim, you don't have to subscribe to my channel. You don't have to like my channel. You can say whatever you want about me. Just do not slander me, attack me, make up false things about me.
That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. They'll figure out how to get by, how to work the angles to like ease you into this grift. And before you'll know it, you'll start bitching about trans people. Because that's what we're seeing now, right? I've never seen Derek bitch about trans people. I've never seen Neil bitch about trans people. All of a sudden, they're spewing all the same right-wing talking points that we're all familiar with out of nowhere, all at the same time. I responded to Matt, and I was like, "Would you believe that he used to make well-informed, educated content, and now he's just shit posting because it makes him more money?" Like that's
Well, so Neil and or Derek, I'm sure at least one of you will listen to this. I have a question you can answer in the comments. If there was a known child predator that had the same academic achievements, so to speak, that Bob has, and everybody knew about it, shit was on Front Street, right? Would you still say Bob is a walking encyclopedia? He is the what do you call him? He's the wizard of the New Testament. Blah 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 blah. Would you still platform him? Would you still be willing to say, I'll look past that and have him on? I'm going to assume I already know the answer to that, and I'm going to tell you that's fucked up. So, like, you can't do that, but you can hate black people. Don't touch kids. But you can hate black people, and we're cool. You can hate black people. It is no problem, bro. I'll rock with you. I'll put you on my channel, knowing that. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't need academia for fucking common sense, bro. I digress. Sorry, YouTube gets slow every once.
That's the result of a fucking right-wing grift. You don't gotta do any of that anymore. Just bitch about trans people. You're fine. And that's where we are. Stop me if you've heard this one. Bitching about trans people. But that's what you want to do? That if you go to any right-wing atheist stream, any right-wing stream in general, but if you go into any right-wing atheist stream, it's the same fucking thing every goddamn time. Bitching about trans people. Constantly. Whiny fucking bitches. And then they'll talk about philosophy like a little bit, and then they'll be like, by the way, fuck trans people. I'm not using their pronouns. This is really the group you want to be associated with. You want to shit on trans people so bad?
Attempt to reach out to my associates, like scholars that I'm affiliated with, which you have done, and I have the receipts for that.
What's going on? Like talking trash about Derek and Neil, and the other thing that I'm concerned about is are they contacting scholars to disassociate them from Derek and Neil? Is that the next thing that's going to be happening? Is that already happening?
Yeah, it sounds like that's already been happening for a while, from what I understand. This stays between us.
You have gone past criticism or fair criticisms, and you have gone into the realm of harassment. You have gone into the realm of smearing. That is what I'm going to attack in this video. All
right, before he goes any further, I want to pause and say this. There are again, a couple. There are a couple very commonsensical things that that Neil does say, not even says, but points out, or little clips that he throws in there, and whether it's intentional or not. Again, in just the way I listen and how I hear things, and what he seems to leave in, there, right? And I don't know what he takes out, so I don't know the whole context of everything. And again, the word consistent. I'll love to Captain Dadpool, like 100%. That said, I will tell you one thing. You will never catch me in front of a camera or behind the scenes saying, hey, just between you and I'm never worried about that. Because you're going to get 100. You're going to get at 100, whether we're face to face, whether it's a phone call, whether it's live here on the YouTubes, or we meet on the street. You're going to get it regardless. When you have to throw those things in there, well, this is between you and I would think real hard about what you're going to say next. And again, yo, that's me. I'm only speaking for me. That's just how I roll. That's how I rock. And I'm not trying to tell anybody how to live, how to make their decisions, how to have their conversations, do anything like that, right? Because I am not a cult leader, Neil, Derek. I'm throwing my own ideas out there and how I operate, how I think through these things. And one of the biggest things is, and this is like a running joke, even in my day-to-day life. Jen has heard me say it. You guys, those hear me DJ and talk shit on here, whatever. I'm not smart enough to bullshit because I can't remember the bullshit if I do bullshit. So the only thing I know to do is just keep it 100. But if you find yourself in a conversation and you have to say, well, just between you and I, you better pump brakes. You better pump brakes. And that I would say that to anybody.
On top of that, moral inconsistencies in your own worldview on blatant display will be exposed in this video as well. I'm not making any equivalency of Bob's behavior and anyone else's behavior. I do not agree that when you host someone on your channel that you are normalizing their behavior.
A systemic level of infecting the whole community, and the way that large channels normalizing this behavior just have the ability to completely undermine anything progressive in this community.
This is your worldview. This is an internal critique on your worldview. Also, I never claimed that I wanted to be friends with any of you or that you need to accept me, as Matt Dillahunty points out.
I talked about the pity party that Neil had with evidently Derek. Anybody can have anybody on their show and anybody can complain about it. That's what proper freedom looks like. And what's happening is that people are like, oh, it's cancel culture. It's not cancel culture. It's accountability. It's like saying, hey, I invited all of you into my house and you said something shitty, so I kicked you out. And then all the people in the house went out to a restaurant and you were there and tried to come over because it's a public place and you still want to hang out with us. And we looked at you and said, we don't want to hang out with you. You guys are mean. Just because I hang out with fascists and racists, you guys are mean. Okay, then we're mean.
This analogy that I was in your house and I got kicked out makes no sense from the beginning, because I've always been in my own house. I've never claimed to be in control of the community. Or for 2 years now, I've been so distant from this community. The second part was even worse.
And then all the people in the house went out to a restaurant and you were there and tried to come over because it's a public place and you still want to hang out with us. And we looked at you and said, we don't want to hang out with you. You guys are mean.
This is even funnier to me because if anything, I'm the one going to a restaurant minding my own business, and you guys are coming over to me, trying to go, hey, waiter, don't serve him. Don't serve him. He's bad. Don't serve him. That's
incorrect. You missed it. Former baseball player here. I'll just swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. I'll let him. Hold on. I'll let him finish.
That's the analogy. So the analogy is more like I'm at my own house and I'm minding my own business, having my own friend over. You decide to throw a rock through my window. And then after I threw the rock back at you and you guys ran away, then I went to a restaurant and I was about to order my food. And then you guys came into the restaurant and said, "Hey, waiter, he's a fascist. Don't serve him." That is the more realistic analogy here. Never once did I try to hang out with you guys or try to be a part of anything you're doing. You are the one inserting yourself in this drama. You are the one who told me to call in your show. I've never, ever approached you once and ever said that you should accept my show.
So you're
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
Neil, see, I don't even know how to break it down any more simplistic than I did last time that we talked about this. Neil, here's what I hear. Well, I learned this in therapy. You should try it. I learned this in therapy. Let me repeat back to you what I think I hear you saying. I'm actually really pretty cool with bigots and racists and transphobes, but as long as they're a benefit to me. I'm cool with it. I'll sign them up, bring them on, sign them up, bring them on, and sign them up. And and again, I'm speaking as if pretending right now in a pretend world that my brain can operate like this. And the two black people that Derek were linked with were weaponized. Their voices were weaponized to try to use their voice, which ended up being bullshit, at least as far as Brady's concerned, which he spoke out on now twice. Like that doesn't matter. Brady literally said, people like Bob are, and I'm quoting Brady because I'll never forget hearing him say that. He said it loud and fucking clear, Neil and Derek. People like Bob are dangerous to people like me, being a black man in America. They are dangerous. Did that didn't ring some bells and some goddamn fucking alarms? Then, which we'll hear in a little bit, how dare a white person that does care and wants to be informed, wants to be educated, and wants to be part of a solution and be on the right side of history instead of a problem and fucking shit up more, then they're called out. Oh, well, Shattuck Q, you're just from Canada. There's only 2 black people in Canada. Motherfucker, what? Do you understand how ignorant that sounded? And that's coming up. He ain't got there yet. Do you know how fucking ignorant that shit sounds, bro?
Just in here, kicking shit around for clicks. So say goodbye, Neil.
No, you're the one who told me I was afraid to come here. You're the one who asked me to come on here.
Yeah. What I just saw. There's one of the reasons I have. You guys didn't know it. I'm up to like 5. No, I'm kidding. Like 2 or 3 doctorates now. Shout out to Kip and Dr. Josh Yeshua Bowen. Yeah, they don't talk about that, and that's in my notes for later. But since Kip brought it up, we'll talk about it. Neil, why are you and Derek not talking about Brady streams? There's 2 of them. Why are you not talking about Brady streams? You know what? Hold on. Shout out to Nitty. Nitty Titty. Probably saw a huge bump in viewership and all that. It good for him. Neil, talk about punching down, bro. Like as far as like viewership, right? And subscribers and all that. Congrats, bro. Congratulations. I want to know why are you guys not trying to go toe to toe with Brady? Because he schooled you guys. Brady, the actual voice, and again, he does not speak for all black people. He said it. Jenna jokingly says she does. But why call him out? He's done 2 streams. There's not even you didn't even give him 2 seconds. Why? Because got him. He called out the bullshit. He never. Brady never gave him the invite to the picnic, or sorry, the cookout. He never got the invite to the cookout. Stop that. But you don't want to talk about that, do you? Nah, dog. Yeah, he did a follow-up stream after that. Kip.
Except my show.
So you're just in here kicking shit around for clicks. So say goodbye, Neil.
No, you're the one who told me I was afraid to come here. You're the one who asked me to come on here. You said, "Are you
say
scared
goodbye,
to
Neil?
Come on?"
Say goodbye,
Bye.
Neil.
Haha.
The interesting thing about Matt Dillahunty here is I never even talked about him. He put himself into the middle of this on Facebook. He invited me on his channel to defend this. He is the one putting himself in the drama, not.
Let's talk about this.
It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up. Get fucked up. Get fucked up. Get fucked up. Get fucked up.
What was the title of the of this stream again? Oh, be consistent. So let's be consistent. And when I say we right now, I mean me. I'm going to be consistent. And to the best of my ability as a human being, I'm going to be as consistent as possible. And I've said it's, I don't know how many times now. I have, when it comes to the ability to have a conversation with a human being, I have zero respect, no love, no appreciation for Matt Dillahunty whatsoever. Zero, none. I have zero issues saying it. It is what it is. And to each their own. Whatever. That said, Matt going to bat for those that are in marginalized groups, Matt stepping up, knowing he has a voice and can hopefully, possibly make a difference. Get it. Get it. I don't have an issue with that. That said, this is why I did not send a link and an invite to attempt to have this kind of conversation. Because you kind of saw the worst of both worlds here. If you watch this shit, right? You can hear like Neil is in his fifis. It is what it is. Matt does what he does to every fucking body. You ain't special. The show is called The Hang Up. You're not special. And that's what I said. I want to talk about that because there are points, like I said earlier, there are points where I agree with Neil. Here's an area where I agree with Neil. Trying to have a conversation with Matt Dillahunty is a waste of your breath and your time. Steer clear. That said, I also know Matt is also one of the first people to speak up and speak loudly when someone's like going full force at or against a marginalized group. And for that, I will say, I'll stand back. Right. And I will support him in that notion. Right. I also, Neil, would have never called into a call-in show. The fact that you took that bait, and to be clear, I think both of you looked and sounded like ass clowns on that call. Both of you equally looked and sounded like fucking ass hats, in my opinion. Again, this is me being consistent, guys. You can love it, hate it, take what you want, throw it away. I don't give a fuck. Both of you looked and sounded like ass clowns. Which I'm going to kind of throw a little alley-oop here to this next part, and then I'll stop because we're going to get there. Because Neil's going to try to, well, fuck it, I'll say he's going to try to point out Jay, and like, why is Jay so aggressive? Why is this black man so aggressive? Yeah, I was really cool with him, but then. And to me, Neil, that further proves that you don't get it, bro. But we'll get there.
Me, and even to this very day, I never once said that Matt Dillahunty was in a cult or was the woke mob. He continues to put that into my own mouth.
I talked about the pity party that Neil had with evidently Derek. I haven't watched it. I don't care to watch it. But somebody was like, "Oh, they were talking about you," and Derek was like, "We were not friends." But, and I am the woke left mob. But
But never said that. Maybe my criticisms of other people are just getting a little too close to home, and you're feeling defensive about it. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, Matt. But you're the one who keeps trying to get involved. My disassociation with this community happened years ago when I made a video about mythicism. Chrissy Hansen helped me write a big chunk of that script. John Gleason was so upset by this clip right here.
I want to introduce you to Philo of Alexandria. He is a prime example of a Jew that believed in a pre-existent celestial being named Jesus.
Philo of Alexandria, he wrote in the 20s to 40s AD, so roughly shortly before Paul, shortly before Christianity, or coterminous with it. He was a Jewish theologian, in fact, one of the most respected of his era. He attests in his writings that, and I cite all of the passages in my book on the historicity of Jesus, he attests that, in fact, there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. He actually finds the character named Jesus in Zechariah 6, and he says that this being actually is a celestial being, not a man in history, unlike the verse as it was originally intended. So he tells us this.
So this is where, for me, God damn it.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, fuck that. Get fucked up. 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 Get fucked up.
Now I remember. Here, let me. I already had this word written down on my handy dandy notebook like 3 or 4 times, but here, I'm going to put this in really big print so I can come back to this word. Performative. Performative. Because I feel like it's about this time, like this really weird flex starts. Again, my observations.
So there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being named Jesus.
Celestial being named Jesus.
Who was, and he says, these are all the attributes of this pre-Christian Jesus in outer space. He was the firstborn son of God.
Who was the firstborn son of God.
He was the celestial image of God.
The celestial image of God.
He was God's agent of creation.
God's agent of creation.
And he was God's celestial high priest.
And God's celestial high priest.
Now the curious thing is, in our earliest writings for Christians, this is exactly the Jesus they're talking about. All of these attributes are assigned to their Jesus.
Now, John was so upset by that clip that he decided to contact every person that I knew and threaten to pull out his support for them if they didn't disassociate with me.
Every person?
Which was a failure.
Every person you know? I know I'm being pedantic right now, but every single person you know?
Also, his wife threatened to dox me and laughed about me working at a job that I had selling pastries in the mall. They were raiding my comment sections, sending me 99-cent super chats, trying to get my attention. Everyone saw this play out. They're posting about me on Twitter all day, tagging me in things that I didn't want any part of, making multiple videos about me on his channel, all because of that one clip that you just saw.
Okay, so again, let's talk about being consistent again. Okay, and before we start this out, let me give a shout out to John the Godless Engineer and Casey, and for the goddamn fucking record. No, that's Casey, the goddess engineer. Godless. I don't like. First of all, I don't like. I've watched this. I still don't understand the intent here, Neil. What you're trying to do with this part of it. Anyway, that said, again, I'm going for me, and I'm going to repeat myself over and over on this. I'm going to speak for me, and I'm going to make a huge point here in a minute to make sure that we're crystal clear, Neil, on how I feel about this whole community thing. Okay, and I have solid ground to stand on, bruh. Like I don't know where you're going with this one. That said, would I endorse, would I engage the way Casey did in that message or whatever? Nope, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't think that's called for. I think it's necessary to prove a point. And I think I'm pretty sure that John and Casey both know that I respect them, and we talk, and I hit them up. I actually just hit them up within the last week or so and having conversations. So like, there's no lack of respect or love there. That said, in being consistent, would I move like that? Nope. Wouldn't do it. But that's me. That said, what point are you trying to prove? Because the further we go along in this, Neil, we're still not talking about you and Derek being homies with racists and bigots. Just saying.
Behavior was accepted by this community, and they just continued to be platformed like nothing happened. I never made any videos about John until way later, when I realized John actually admitted that the thing that I criticized him for was actually correct on my end. And John even admits later on that he was wrong about Philo.
And this is the real reason why Neil has latched on to this Philo topic. I mentioned Philo's Angel, and admittedly,
watch. This is it. This is the reason why I wanted to go live tonight. Here it is. John is going to finally admit that he's wrong. So this is to me, this is like.
So I want to pause it here because I had a little in my handy dandy notebook. I had a little tick mark. Remember earlier when Neil said, I've cultivated a community that doesn't do this drama and back and forth. Boy, we're reaching. Boy, we are reaching right now. And you're actually showing ass.
Like closure. This is like the greatest thing ever. He's finally admitting he's going to try to walk it back. He's going to try to walk it back in this sneaky way, as if, oh, I knew I was wrong, but I just wanted to get you just listen to what he says.
So for those in the chat here, real quick, because if you remember a minute ago, I said this is where this weird flex starts to happen. Is even just said it. Why do we care about Philo, Philo, Milo, Hilo, and Bilo? We all know. Other than Neil has a point to prove.
It was poorly worded, but it was poorly worded because it was meant.
Admittedly, it was poorly worded. But hold on, I got to play that back. We got to play that back.
Well, and admittedly, it was poorly worded, but it was poorly worded because it was meant to be an attention grabber. Obviously,
it's meant to be an attention grabber. The video is the top 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist. Your top 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist. Number 1, I'm doing an attention grabber. I'm going to grab your attention, everyone, without telling you about. I'm never going to explain to you that I'm doing an attention grabber. You know what that's called, bro? You know what that's literally called in real life? That's called lying. That's called fucking lying.
Neil, I hate to break this down. You know, your boy just deals with common sense. I hate to break it down like this for you and Derek. Y'all do the same shit with your clickbaity weirdo descriptions and shit. You know how many times y'all have had, whether it's the thumbnail or the description, where it's like, man, I thought it was going to be that. Actually, one of the reasons I stopped listening to both the channels probably a couple years ago now was I was like, damn, I thought, God damn it, everybody on YouTube does that, except for me because I'm too lazy. Mine's not because I'm better than anybody. I'm too lazy to create clickbait. Like even this fucking thumbnail, it's got my dumbass face on there. I should have just plastered their faces all over there. Probably would have had 1,000 people in here.
When you say something that's not true to try to get a reaction or provoke, that's fucking lying. You literally just admitted that you lied.
So the whole thing was for nothing. All me calling me a compulsive liar, campaigning to get me deplatformed, threatening to dox me, all that for nothing. And the atheist community just sat by and watched that happen and did not care. Even to the point where this is a normal pattern for John. It's not just me he does this to. He attacks Kip Davis on the regular basis, even Captain Dadpool for daring to question mythicism. He's also attacked David McDonald for making comments about mythicism. I've seen this happen over and over and over again, and no one cares. David McDonald at one point had to share some receipts in the form of DMs from John, and he got heavily attacked by people like Shannon Q and Paula Gia for daring to share private DMs. How dare you do that to one of our community members? Well, that's odd, because when John was sharing my DMs to the world, no one seemed to give a shit. By the way, John.
So again, I'm gonna pause right here. And I'm gonna take that down for a second. Let's pause right there because this is one of them. This is one of the cases where I'm gonna say, I agree. I agree. You can't. Man, if you're gonna cook it up in the kitchen and serve it, you better eat it too. If you're gonna cook it up in the kitchen, you're gonna serve it, you better eat that shit too. And I watched at that time, David McDonald and I, at that point, still had decent contact. We haven't talked in a while now, but at that point, like that dude was fucking heartbroken because he meant that like there was no ill will, there was no, and he was just getting started on YouTube and all that shit, and he was fucking heartbroken, man. There was no ill intent there, and he made a misstep, but he got shit on. He got shit on. 100%. 100%. And that was bullshit. That was bullshit. It shouldn't have been in the comment section. Oh, well, I'll be careful this. I won't do this. I won't do that. No, that's when you hit somebody up and you go one-on-one and you chop it up. Like, hey, let's talk about this. What was the reasoning? Like, not telling them what to do, right? And I don't know how many times I've said this on this channel. Like, I'm not here to, even with my own fucking kids, I'm not here to tell them what to think. I'm trying to help them learn how to think, how to move, how to operate, not do it because I fucking said so. Right? So on that one, again, I said from the top, be consistent. Consistency. Title of the fucking stream. It's on the fucking thumbnail, and I'm gonna be that. And like I said, you don't have to sign up for it. You can say fuck you too, Oz. Cool. Then miss me with the bullshit. Let's be consistent. Let's be fucking consistent in our messages and what we're putting out there. Point blank, period. Hard stop, right? It is what it is. Oh yeah, I forgot to put it back on the screen. My bad. Man, I just started YouTubing and DJing yesterday. I just started YouTubing and DJing yesterday. Leave me alone.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up. 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 Get fucked up.
Get fucked up. Hit the play. There you go.
By the way, John and his wife used to make fun of my channel for being smaller and say that my channel was going to die because of the decisions that I was making. Well, that sucks because since then, I've grown 200,000 subscribers and more. They are still in the 60,000s, exactly where they were 3 years ago. So that's got to suck for them. See, they must hate me.
Did that feel good, Neil? Did that feel good? I mean, I do. I feel like that was like a YouTube. Like you just busted a YouTube nut right there. Did that make you feel better? Congratulations, dude. You had more people click buttons. Hey, that's some of the funniest shit to me when I hear YouTubers getting arguments. I have more subbies than you do. My YouTube dick is bigger than yours. This shit's so funny to me. I don't give a fuck.
And on top of all that, Chrissy Hansen, who helped me write the script, told me she didn't want to get involved in this drama. I said, okay. So what does Chrissy Hansen do? inserted herself into the drama on the attacking end of me, claiming that I was trying to get her involved in the drama, which I never was. And this is when I realized that Chrissy Hansen is not just a stone cold liar, but psychopathic. Also a plagiarist. But we will get there soon.
And I'll just keep throwing this out every once in a while, Neil. I'm still waiting for you and or Derek to admit that you're cool with being cool and rocking with a fucking racist. Like, I'm still kind of waiting on that. Like, you could say all the shit because again, like these are all dodges and bobbing and weaving and all that, where it's like, well, I'm having him on because he's the wizard of the Bible. He's still a racist. Neil, guess what I don't fuck with no matter what? I don't give a fuck what my channel is about, not about. You know what matters to me way more than YouTube content? Fucking people. Fucking people, dude. Fucking people matter way more to me than any fucking YouTube fucking video you're going to put out, I'm going to put out, whoever's going to put out. I don't give a fuck, dude. And you're telling me everything that I need to hear without saying it when you say, I don't care that you're a racist, Bob. I don't care that you hate black people, Bob. You help my channel, bro. You help my channel. Come on, man. Miss me with that shit. YouTube will catch up.
Now, as a result of all this, you can tell I was done with these people. I wanted to go my own direction, and I wanted to just talk to scholars and kind of get away from the atheist world. Fast forward a year later.
Oh, and see, hold on. Is Cray Cray still here? Because I saved her comment earlier. I didn't mention it because I started because I wanted to come full circle. Is Cray Cray still here? Because she brought up. See, this was this is in my this is my little handy dandy notebook, and this is something I don't think Derek and Neil were around for yet. So earlier I asked the question, Derek and or Neil, if there was someone that, you know, it was on Front Street that there was some type of, whether it was SA abuse, whatever, against a minor, a child, would you platform them? I can almost guarantee you the answer would be no, but they're cool with people that hate black people. Like we can platform that. That's cool. And in the chat, Cray, and she didn't know that, other than she's probably she probably heard from the Holy Spirit. She brought up an interesting name. Why is that an interesting name? Oh, let me tell you. Let me tell you why this is an interesting name to your boy. What had happened was, here, let's do this. Let's back this up and talk about this. So, Jim Majors, why is that name important? Why is that name important to me? Why does it matter to me? It doesn't any longer. What was that? I don't remember how many years ago it was now. But I had Jim on my channel. I don't even know how many fucking times. Not even just talking Bible and religion and shit, but dude would get on the channel with me and fucking freestyle. We'd rap, do all that. Like like he like pretty goddamn quickly. Like he and I won't say we were homies, but we were cool, right? We were cool as fuck. And then first there were accusations. And here's where I'm going to try to help Neil. Understand that this isn't a cult thing, bro. This is, do you fucking care about people? Do you fucking care about people? At the time, I no longer have a Twitter account, but at the time I went to Twitter and Facebook when this shit was going down, and it was the way I perceived it when the shit was going down. I was like, hold on, whoa. Let's be better skeptics. Like we don't even have fucking evidence yet, right? We don't even have fucking evidence, right? Let's skeptic better. Let's wait for the information. That's all I said. I didn't side with Jim. I did not suggest that Jim didn't do it. Did do it. Just let's wait on the data. Man. And Jenna will tell you, because when all that shit popped off, I was in LA with her. That's before she moved here. That shit broke my fucking heart. I was in tears. That shit broke my fucking heart, because people the day before, the week before, 2 weeks before, a month before, that were messaging me, emailing me, texting me, all that. Oz, we love what you bring to the community, what you do for the community, all that shit, right? And in the drop of a dime, a drop of the goddamn dime, I was a piece of shit. And literally those same fucking people were the ones messaging me telling me now I'm part of the problem. What? 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 All I asked you to do was be a good skeptic. Wait for the data. Wait for the fucking evidence. That's all I fucking said. I did not side with one side. I didn't say Jim didn't do it. I didn't say Jim did do it. I said, let's wait for the fucking information. Let's wait for the facts. And if the evidence and the facts show and demonstrate that this shit is true, I'll call it out like that. But until then, who am I just to drop shit on somebody and say fuck you and fuck off until I have that information? Because what if I'm wrong? What if I do that and I'm wrong? and it goes to a court of law, or it ends up that I was dead ass wrong. Right? There's a reason I share this. It was after that hashtag atheist your way popped off. Because this is one thing that I will say, and I've said it before here, and Ricky said, I don't know if Ricky has said it yet, but he says it later. I do believe that there are a lot of now non-believers that forgot that the deconstruction process doesn't just stop at text and faith. I agree with that. Because I remember telling Jenna when we were in our Airbnb, when we were there, I remember telling Dr. Josh when all that shit was going on, I was like, man, I did not leave and literally get shit on by my family and get cut the fuck off and be left sitting in the back row of my own mom's fucking funeral because I don't believe anymore because of their fundamental bullshit. I did not go through all of that to now be right back here. I didn't sign up for that. And that's when it finally clicked for me. And we all know this, right? But that light bulb finally like went off. Man, that word atheism, that we're only talking about one goddamn thing. The only thing we may agree on is that there is no God. That's it. That's all. Because I can tell you right now, the way I was treated through that season was fucking bullshit. And I'll stand on all 10 toes and tell you that was fucking bullshit. Because guess what? As soon as the evidence came out, the public court papers came out, I was the first fucking one on YouTube. It was like, nope, fuck you, Jim. Fuck you. I grew up having the dog shit beat out of me. I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that. And I don't rock with nobody like that. Why do I share all that? Neil, Derek, yeah, people may say stupid shit to you, right? You may get mistreated, quote unquote. That does not give you permission or allowance to still fuck with people that are doing and saying dumb shit and mistreating people, abusing people, being bigots, being racist, whatever. That still doesn't give you that permission. And I knew that even in the midst of, again, my heart was fucking broken. But I still knew that doing the right thing is still doing the right thing. Doing the right thing is still doing the right thing. And when we're talking about consistency and being consistent, the first two things that I am in my life, the first thing, I love humans and I'm a skeptic. I love people and then I'm a skeptic. Before I'm an atheist, before I'm any of that shit, I love people and I'm skeptical of everything. But even in that moment, Neil, even in that moment, Derek, where my heart was broken because I felt like everybody I thought cared about me in this quote unquote community, right, had turned their backs on me, I still had the emotional intelligence and the ability to say, even amidst that, this is still fucked up. And I still have to call it out. And I still have to say, fuck you. I still have to say, fuck you. So that's why I shared all that, because there's, I think too many times that I'm listening to Neil or hearing what he's saying. I'm like, no, but you're just appealing to the emotion. That's like, oh, they all turn their back on me. They're all attacking me. They're all doing this. Been there. Been there, but guess what, Neil? I still chose people. I still chose to be on the right side of history. I still chose to do the right thing for people. It's not that difficult. And as my mom would have said, Selah.
I dared to criticize Dan McClellan in a video, and his colleagues on the Diablo critics did not like this. Kip Davis, who I was still friends with at the time, and even up until last week, told me to do better. When I asked Kip Davis, what about my criticism of Dan do you disagree with? He never actually gave me an answer. So he was gaslighting me. Okay, fine, I got over that. Jennifer Bird pulled me and Derek aside and scolded me about not understanding Dan's arguments and that I was wrong and that I am a know-it-all without a PhD that needs to stay in my lane. I asked Jennifer Bird what about my criticism of Dan was wrong, where she replied, I don't know, and I don't have to tell you that. I'm just relaying a message that I got from a group chat that I'm in. Gaslighting. This is after Jennifer Bird reached out to me when my channel was getting bigger and bigger, getting close to 200,000 subscribers, to ask me if they can promote their new book on my channel. And I happily obliged, had her on my channel, promoted her book, edited the video, took me weeks to edit the video, then told me that during that video, I was saying things that were wrong or rude. Let's just put it this way. I responded with, I never asked you to come on my channel. You asked me to come on my channel, and I did. And the idea that you think that you have the authority to just come on someone's channel, you're just entitled to come on my platform and share and promote your book, and then criticize me for the way you think I should have behaved, is the most entitled, privileged bullcrap I've ever seen in my entire life. And I want no part in people like that. So I've distanced myself from that.
Hold on. Does everybody remember that that one song by Alanis Morissette? How does that go? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Neil, I know you did not just use the word privilege there. I know you didn't just use that word, Neil. It's see that I don't know about y'all because there's like I have this even when I listen to this the first time, like I have this internal like dialogue and back and forth where I'm like I get really pissed off, and then the other part of me, like I'm laughing my ass off because I'm like, dude, oh my god, you can't be, but you are. You can't be. You are. God damn it.
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, fuck that. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Listen, listen to me tell all of you that are not privileged that I'm also not privileged. You're privileged, but I'm not. Hey, where do I go with this? Neil, bro. The fact that you got on your channel and did this 2-hour stream, if this does not scream goddamn motherfucking privilege, the fuck.
corner.
And just because YouTube's taking forever, all of us sing along together because I just saw Jay's back in the chat. Feelings, nothing but feelings.
1, 2, it goes 1, 2, 3, fuck that. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Of the internet. So, as you can tell, there is a corner of the internet that's adjacent to atheism, but not just atheism. There's pagans in here, there's Christians in here who are not very pleasant people. Let's put it that way. So ever since then, I changed my policy. I'm no longer even trying to fit in the standards of
your policy.
This sort of community, if you will.
Oh, I loved when he said this. So again, I'll keep it brief, but I'm gonna go on another little tangent here. You created a new policy. You created a new policy. Earth-shattering information. Actually, it's on my channel too, Neil. Did you know that, Neil? I did the same thing on my channel. I knew philosophy, knew everything. Tell you what I didn't have to do. I didn't have to explain bigotry and racism away. Nope. I think we came to the same crossroads, Neil. But I think character determined, integrity determined which routes we took. And again, talking about consistency, I didn't shit on nobody. I didn't do 2-hour streams talking about, oh, all of these people, they're in a cult. They're doing this, but no, you know what I did? I just created a hashtag atheist your way, and I started fucking DJing. And I was like, you know what? At the end of the day, we're not all going to get along, whether we share that one word that we don't believe in a God. That doesn't mean we're all going to get along. We're all going to agree on everything. It also means that I don't have to be part of a problem. That's what you're doing, which is weirdo to me. No, I was like, no, this is what time it is. This is what I know I care about. I don't give a fuck about the subs. I don't give a fuck about begging people for Patreon money and shit. Like, I'll have QR codes. People want to click the shit, whatever. I may get like 2 clicks a month. Give a fuck. I love creating a space where people can just vibe, chill. You know, it's a safe place to just hang out, fucking chop, listen to a really shitty ass DJ that's also an atheist. That's it, bro. And I'm telling you right now, you like, y'all are trying to like elevate this shit, right? And make it even bigger. It's only getting worse because you keep talking about it and keep doubling and tripling down on your bullshit. Guess what your boy did, Neil? Guess what your boy did, Derek? As soon as the facts came out about Jim Majors, again, I was the first one to sign up and say, Dunzos, can't rock with you. Can't fuck with you. That's it. Why? I don't fuck with people that hurt people. I don't fuck with people that I hear one of my homies, Brady Goodwin Jr., say, "You are dangerous to me." That means I don't fuck with you either. Because how did Kendrick say it? Fuck anybody that's empathetic with the other side. And if you want to try to turn that into that cult shit, Neil, oh, well, that's part of the cult. It's them against us. And cool. Create whatever little narrative you want to create in your brain. You either love and care about people or you don't. Or you don't. YouTube subs, which you already had your weird flex earlier, so I already know which way we're leaning here. You to care more about your YouTube subbies and likes and your Patreons and how your significant other's business is doing online, or you care about the people. It like this is not that difficult. Just do better. Be better.
And I decided to go back to having on whoever I want to have on, and I made my policy that if I have somebody on, I don't believe their worldview or condone their politics. I don't have to prove to people where I am politically or give you a rundown of my political beliefs. People know where I'm at. My work stands for itself. People know me who are close to me. I'm
hold on. No, he did. He literally got on there and cried over losing. All right, so just really quick, I'm gonna say this: as much as these two dudes try to put up this bravado, and they love to throw out their drug use and addictions and prison time, but man, y'all suspicious. Y'all suspicious. You're crying over losing Patreons? That's a storyteller. I was in tears. I was brokenhearted over losing friends. Like actual people that I thought loved me and cared about me. That's where I was brokenhearted and in tears. Y'all are crying over losing Patreon. What? That tells a story.
probably somewhere in the center left. I don't have to prove that to you, nor do I care to. Nor is that important on this channel. I don't care if you're right wing or left wing. I care about what's on this channel, which is ancient history, mythology, the Bible. For someone to say that I'm here gatekeeping the community or trying to get people to hang out with me from this community is all complete nonsense. And I think they know this, but
in my bad. Yep. So let me put that. Kip said, to be clear, that's Myth Vision, not Neil. Yeah. And I will in support clarify that. Yep. But yeah, it come on, bruh. Where are my Patreons? Stop that.
I think what Kip is saying in that clip,
he and Neil were the ones to decide for everyone that this was the time and that this was happening, regardless of what the rest of the community thought.
I think he's trying to convince himself that there's some sort of moral accountability that needs to be had against me, even though I simply just hosted someone on my own platform, and that they're.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, because he starts to break it down in chapters. So we're gonna quicken this up, or if not, I'm gonna be here until like whatever, because like I said earlier, like half of it I take and I'm like pissed off, the other I just can't help but laugh at. and there's other points I'm going to talk about. So here's what we're going to do. Because I am not going to bullshit y'all right now. I need a bio break like a motherfucker. Let's see. Well, no, I'll just do this for just to break up the break it up. Throw a little curveball in here. Let me throw a little curveball in here. Yeah, because I'm literally about to pop. All right, you guys are going to listen to at least a few minutes of my DJ battle set, and then I'll be right back. and enjoy the music of the mad scientist. Nope, hold on. I fast forwarded too much. Why does I have him going first? Oh, that was the announcement. My bad. There we go.
Johnny B, are you ready? I'm sorry, not Johnny B. Turk, are you ready? Oz, are you ready? 6 minutes on the clock. Let's go. You know my favorite white boy, right? I don't give a fuck. I'm willing to die for this shit. I done cried for this shit. My team alive for this shit. Put the Bible down and go out for a nine for this shit. DOT my interview. I hate you all for this shit. Hey, I've been stuffed out in front of my mama. My daddy commissary made me commas. Y'all my grandma's dead, so ain't nobody paying for me. I want you to hear me. 30 minutes later, know the feds watching. Auntie on my telegram, like be cautious. I be niggas out of town, I be gon' stop it. I don't do it for the gram, I do it for let's go. Putting the grind for this shit, nigga. I do you fucking line for this shit, nigga. We ain't doing back and forth, let me send it through. That's why you niggas ass fat niggas better know. I wanna say shout out to all the drinkers in the building. VBL, what up? We on it.
I know y'all didn't come here for that, but we had to change it up for a minute there. Break it up a little bit. All right, let's get back to the fucking bullshit. Oh yeah, I need to fast forward to the chapters because you know what? He's cultivated a fan base that doesn't care about the drama, but he's created chapters. So let's get to the chapters here. There we go. Let's start here. Chapter 1, according to the good book of Neil. Well, there's like 3 or 4 chapters, so it's like, would it be first Neil, second Neil, third Neil? Yeah, those interested in the DJ battles, that was the live stream. Once the official recordings come out, I'll be doing a reaction to all the battles. If you fuck with the DJ and the hip hop, all that shit. But let's have a drink. Let's get back to it.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
We shall proceed. No, I am going to make this announcement because there was one time a few years ago I did this and people are like, you did that just to make me sound like a crackhead. You wanted to make me sound like I was on drugs. I was like, no, I just got sick of hearing you. I'm speeding this up a little bit to move it along, but we'll get to the same points. We're just going to get to the points much quicker.
Seeing some very distasteful behavior, in my opinion.
I'm just beating up on a dumb lady. Rebecca's just dumb, y'all. Rebecca Davis is stupid. Is it really because she's a 6 that will smile at you? As much as I hate this raggedy bitch, she really do need some BBC, though. Some good dick would change this bitch's life. Yeah, no, I don't think Rebecca Davis is attractive. Rebecca Davis is trash.
And kept my distance for my own personal reasons. Now,
So, and I want to say this before it even comes up in the chat because I saw it in the comments of his stream that this was like 2 or 3 years ago. Let's pretend it's not. Let's say Jay just said this shit yesterday. Let's pretend. Neil used to have not addressed any of the fucking disgusting, fucked up, racist, bigoted shit that Bob has said and done. Whether Jay is right, wrong, or indifferent, you have still failed to address it. So all of this, what about? Are you stupid? And that's a question. That's not an accusation. I'm asking. Are you stupid or something? Let's pretend Jay just said that yesterday. This is when you tried to start your stream with, this is an internal critique No, it's not. And I said it then. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. That is 100% bullshit. All this is dip, dodge, deflect, dip, dodge, deflect, dip, dodge, deflect. And I'm not Jay, I started your comment. I'm not going to post it yet because I'm gonna come back to that because there's some other shit that I'm gonna bring up that Neil that Neil failed to mention in his whatever this is supposed to be. But Neil, we're still waiting on you and your big homie or whatever to actually address the fact that you're cool with being homies, being buddy, and even paying a racist or and at this point there could be plural, but we know of one for certain. Paying a racist to be on your channel. Again, just go look up K Dot's lyrics. God damn it. Fuck anybody with empathetic with the other side.
Now, one can say, why are you taking a distance from Jay, but you talk to Bob? The answer to that is simple. Bob is someone who I have topics that I want to discuss with him, who he's interested in topics that I'm interested in. That's why we have discussions together.
What Neil is really saying is I'm much more comfortable talking to an old white man that's also right-leaning and a racist. Because Jay ain't going to play that shit. I'll say it for you, Neil. And then let me follow this up before he even goes here. And again, everybody, what's the title? What's the title of the stream? Be consistent. You can be wrong. You can be right. Just be fucking consistent. Neil? I'm not really sure where you actually come from because you make reference in this stream of being I can't remember if you said New York or New Jersey or whatever, that well, if you go there, they call black people blacks all the time. Bruh, I'm telling you right now, I'm not from New York. Have not lived in New York. That said, I could tell you where I do come from and where I've ripped and ran. And again, you and Derek claim to be ripping and running the streets, going to prison like no one, like you're supposed to be streetwise too, right? You will get knocked the fuck out. Yeah. Come on, bro.
Ask a black person why it's wrong. Ask them.
So if you didn't hear my beautiful girlfriend, that she's black. If you didn't know, Neil, she just said, "No, ask her. Ask a black person if they want to be called blacks."
I'm the leader of all black people. I don't know.
Yeah, she's the leader of all of them, according to her, jokingly. No, and I do agree with Shannon Q. There, that's not a good look. with this weird fucking flex that you're trying to do, I agree. I agree with what Shannon Q said. It's not a good look. And then Neil's attempt, and we'll get there. Neil's attempt to say, well, that's coming from a white woman that lives in Canada that only has 2 black people. Bro, when you say shit like that, here's what it's like. It's like I already poured this entire pot of racism, right? And it's boiling. I had this entire pot of racism. Then I tell, let's just pretend that you're right, Neil. This is how asinine you are. Let's pretend for a moment, Neil, that you're correct. There's only 2 black people that live in all of Canada. You take this boiling pot of racism, and then you take a dumbass comment like that, and then you just and you make everything else that you've done and said, you just made it worse. And now it's just burning everything up, burning all the skin, burning all the people, everything around it. It's burning the shit up. It is fucking everybody up because you don't understand how fucking racist and how bigoted you fucking sound. Only 2 white people in Canada.
Jay is someone who I don't have a lot in common with as far as things that he wants to talk about. Having nothing in common with me, combined with terrible behavior online, there's just nothing there that I'm interested in. So Jay, who's talking about boycotting Derek and myself, let's see if Jay's behavior holds up to the standard that they're putting against everyone else. Now, this is Rebecca. Rebecca is a Christian who put herself out there online, and as far as I'm aware of, was extremely friendly to atheists and people who aren't Christian, critics, and was out there debating, talking to Pine Creek, talking to other people online. And Jay led a bullying campaign against her that got pretty harsh. Let's take a look.
And I do want to thank
There we go.
Hot Program for that.
All right, so here's the question. I had asked this question on like 4 accounts, had to listen to this raggedy bitch for like 40 minutes to actually get her to answer my question. As much as I hate this raggedy bitch, she really do need some BBC though. Come on, y'all, just keep it real. Come on, y'all know some good dick would change this bitch's life.
And
so I want to stop right here. What was the name of the stream again? Be consistent. So Neil, I'm going to ask you to be consistent. Then I myself will be consistent. So first of all, you're going out of your way to do the dirty work, right? To do the grime work, the slime work for your boy, and are 100% supporting him and doing this work for him. And both y'all line up. You're cool with Bob Price that well, they're just thugs, and the biggest problem in the black community is they don't have fathers because they don't know how to act, and they're in prison and yada. And you can go and read his other papers, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, right? You're cool with that. You'll sign off on that. And not only be cool with it and sign off on it, but then say it was a joke. That he was joking. And then in the next sentence say, well, we don't have Bob here for any other reason other than he's the wizard of the New Testament. He's a walking biblical encyclopedia. Y'all said that shit. So my follow-up to that is, if Bob can be the walking encyclopedia and the wizard of the New Testament, why can Jay not be a good judge of who deserves a BBC? I mean, I'm just wondering for friends. I'm just wondering for friends, like, why is it Bob can make absolutely for sure 100% fucked up racist comments, and y'all are like literally ready to go to war for this dude. And Jay is laughing when he says she needs some BBC. So first I want to point that out, because either comedy is comedy or it's not. It's like I said, and I talked about this on another stream, because Jen and I, one of our favorite date nights are going to stand-up comedy shows. There are jokes that are about race, and then there's jokes that are racial. That's where I draw a line. And Jen and I, being in a relationship where we have these conversations all the time, we can appreciate the jokes that are about race. But when it becomes like racially divisive, right, and the intent is to be divisive and disgusting, no, it's a hard stop for us. Like, no, fuck that, shut the fuck up, we don't want to hear it. But the reason I bring it up is, again, consistency. So if Bob can be a comedian and a scholar, so can Jay. Why can Jay not be a comedian and a scholar? Because he's a black man? Why can he not be educated and funny? That said, the BBC part, I think is hilarious. I think it's hilarious. That said, now here's where I will be consistent. The raggedy ass bitch part, raggedy ass bitch, raggedy ass that, yada yada yada, whatever. No, I don't sign up for that. I do not sign up for that. That's not how I rock. That's not how I roll. That said, Jay said earlier, I actually did apologize for this. Apologize to Rebecca and stop covering her on the channel. But details, smeeze tails. And again, I don't know if you're catching the narrative, Neil, because I know you watch this, or you are now. The big difference is the people that are trying to convey a message to you is it is actually okay to fuck up. We're not here to just fucking cancel you and tell you to run away. It's you, like, you can fuck up. Just own it. Just own it. Just own the fact that you're fucking shit up. And do better and be better. That's it. It's not that complicated, bro.
Like kind of his expressions
I
are
would
really
fuck the back names with your dick.
and so I love the way that he does that. And so, should I give you an experience? Okay, well, can I there's lots of different visions that I could share.
A lot of y'all thought I was being rude when I shit on Rebecca Davis's sex life. A lot of y'all said, Jay, why are you talking about that woman's sex life being bad? Jay, are you saying that raggedy bitch Rebecca just has a fucking the sex life that's the equivalent?
And here, so I'm going to next. I'm going to go to the next chapter, and here's why. One, because we could be here for another 4 hours. I'm also, and I thought about this even before I started the stream. Like, it's not even a good look to go through each chapter, because all this is from my perspective is this is Neil and obviously Derek is in Neil's ear. The more the more you pump out and you do this, like like their thing, they can create this white noise, right? And all of it becomes like a distraction, and this back and forth, and who's bad and who's good, and but all that shit. Well, it's no, at the end of the day, y'all keep doing this, and I'm not going to speak for anybody else. Neil and Derek, here's what I want to hear. This is all I want to hear you say. Yes, we are 100% okay and cool with rocking with a racist. You can finger point at any fucking body you want. Notice you still haven't done it with Brady. And now I think this is the third time I've done a stream. You ain't said shit about me. When are y'all just gonna like just own up, bro? Just say it. And then y'all in the chat, let me know. Let Neil and Derek know in the chat. All we need to hear them say is yay or nay. Like, because we just need clarity, right? Like, if they just came out tomorrow and said, yes, we are 100% cool with rocking with a racist, like, we would already know. We wash our hands, we walk away, right? Because what was it? By the way, Carter 6, a whole other conversation, but Carter 6 is fucking garbage. But Big Sean's feature on there, he said, sometimes your new enemies are your old friends. Sometimes your new enemies are your old friends. And that's not just YouTube, that's real life. So I as a fellow YouTuber, Neil and Derek, just pop off, man. Quit hiding behind the bullshit and just say it. I'm cool and rock with racist. And then we already know what time it is, and we can put it to bed, and you'll never hear from me again. You will never hear from me again. Because up to this point, I feel like you're still trying to make an argument that we all should be like be able to like coexist. Not, and I agree with Neil. It doesn't mean we all need to be friends, but we should be able to coexist. No, I can't coexist with racists. I just can't. So just tell us. Just tell us. We'll move on. We will move on.
Men take one look at me and decide that they know better than I do.
Now we're going to get into Heathen Queen. Now, before we even get into Heathen Queen, first we have to get into some bad faith arguments that came from one of the live streams from Shannon Q. Now, I want to give you a warning, a trigger warning up front. You will lose brain cells from listening to Shannon Q.
Okay, mommy's home now.
Trigger warning. I'm being dead serious. You might want to skip over this part. If you don't, you have a 99% chance of losing at least a few brain cells.
Curated screenshots from one.
Just really quick. So I made sure I made big notes in my handy dandy notebook. This is where like he gets extremely performative. Neil does. Now this is where all the sound effects and voice drops and mutations and all that happens to really make sure he thinks he's driving the point home. Right. This is when this shit starts to pop off.
One person's Facebook? Curated screenshots from one person's Facebook? That doesn't scream, I wasn't going to say anything. That screams, I've been waiting for this moment.
Even then, it's like, is that the best?
Screenshots from someone's Facebook? Whoa, chill out. First of all. Second of all, have you ever thought maybe, possibly, logically, I could have went to Facebook the moment I was making the video and screenshotted them because I remembered when they happened years ago?
Cool.
Because that's what happened.
Cool.
But if you want to imagine it, a world where I was holding on to screenshots over here and thinking about this, waiting for the day where I get to do a live or something, fine. The rest of us would rather keep our brain cells. I'm sorry if you lost a few on that one.
You use the term the blacks multiple times as a noun in the video where you're saying, I'm signing off that she's not a racist. That's not a good look. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. Like the black.
Neil. First of all, that is performative. I don't know if you know that or not, because you love to you and Dabrick love to throw that word around, but that is performative. So here you go. There you go. We'll give you. Great job with sound effects and all that. That's literally performative. And what Shannon Q said still stands. We talked about this earlier, so I won't spend much time. But that's it's just still not a good look. And if you think that it is, no matter how you try to twist it up in what I think we're figuring out is a racist, bigoted brain. I understand how you get there, but that doesn't mean it's okay.
It's a lot. The black is not a noun.
What's the least racist of the racist terms that we can use?
That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not.
Hold on. I want to go back. Talk about performative. Hold on. I'm going to put this on the full screen here so everybody can see it and get it.
Is not a noun.
Logically, I could have went to Facebook the moment I was making the video and screenshotted them because I remembered when they happened years ago. Because that's what happened. But if you want to imagine it, a world where I was holding on to screenshots over here and thinking about this, waiting for the day where I get to do a live or something, fine. The rest of us would rather keep our brain cells. I'm sorry if you lost a few on that one.
You use the term the blacks multiple times as a noun in the video where you're saying, I'm signing off that she's not a racist. That's not a good look. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. Like the blacks. It's a lot. The blacks is not a noun.
What's the least racist of the racist terms that we can use?
That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun.
And that right there. Yeah, Neil, you're disgusting, dude. You're disgusting. You're fucking disgusting, bro. I don't think you realize how like that one bit right there. That one bit right there. The fact that you will mock that. I promise you that not every, because I personally know a few like super far right, like Trumpster black people that like rock with Trump and all. It makes no sense to me. So that there's always the few in any crowd. But any rational black person living in America watches and listens to what the fuck you just said and did. Guess what they think you are? I'll let you fill in the blanks, Neil. I'll let you do it.
The blacks is not a noun. I know in Canada where there's like two black people, you have this like guilty complex over there, and maybe you have pity for people that aren't like you. Maybe you have some deep-seated race.
Oh man, we talk about this on my other channel. There is no gray. Like this is the epitome. This is the epitome of white man privilege in America, right here on fucking full display. Tell us, Neil. Learn us. Fucking, oh my God. Luckily, my YouTube speed gives us a moment to pause and think.
That you just don't want to look at. Here in America, people do say black and they say whites. They say black community. They say blacks. They say whites. It's just what people say. Go to New York City.
I told you. See, I wasn't bullshit. I told y'all he was going to say it. I told y'all he was going to say it. I told y'all he was going to say it.
Not blacks, not the blacks. I don't call white people the whites or white.
So hold on, babe. I'm gonna turn them. Hold on, because I'm gonna turn the microphone towards my beautiful girlfriend. And Neil, if you didn't know, she hold on. She's gonna roll up. So let me move aside.
And since your editing game is so on point, edit this shit for yourself, please. I dare you. I don't give a fuck. From the leader of all the black people, let me just school you for a minute. Yes, you can say black. You can say black. You can't say black. You can say black. Sorry, we listened to a judge that she's on it. You can say white. You can say brown. You can say Hispanic and or Latino. I have never called white people whites or the whites. You cannot say blacks. You cannot say the blacks. And if anyone has ever learned you or taught you to say blacks or the blacks, smack them in the motherfucking face because they are ignorantly wrong. You can say black people. You can say black person. You can say black individual. You can say black community. It is okay. I'm giving you that card to say that is appropriate. You cannot say blacks or the blacks. That's wholeheartedly ignorant. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Clip that shit. Thank you. Fucking stop it, because you sound like a goddamn racist. God. How many times we gotta tell you? You sound like a fucking racist. Stop. You're pissing me off, bro.
Well, I'm gonna light a cigarette. I mean, Neil, what the fuck does a black woman in America know about it?
No, I don't know shit. I don't know fucking shit. Stop saying blacks. You sound like a racist piece of shit.
What? A black woman in America should never tell you that she does not like to be called blacks. And yeah. And if y'all don't know, when they were trying to talk about the Bob got the invite to the cookout, I hope I like in the chat, y'all let me know, like, and I'm talking to the white folks right now. Do y'all know what that means? I'm talking to white people right now. Do y'all know what that means? Because that was even that was them again trying to smuggle and manipulate shit in the conversation of that and it never actually fucking happened. So
Someone fucking clip that shit and send it to him. Please. Just clip that whole rant I just did. Send that shit to him.
Jenna said, send that whole shit to him.
Clip that shit, send it to him, please.
And I'm sure at this point, I feel like she's yelling at me.
I'm just so fucking tired of hearing that. How many times does a motherfucker have to tell you to stop saying that shit?
Well, no, I said it earlier. I said it earlier. It's. Oh no, I'm no, by no means am I speaking for you. What I was saying earlier is that he. No, what I was talking about earlier when he called out the white female scholar, he was like, "Oh, she's just showing her privilege." Bruh.
Spend a month in New York City.
And last thing on this, lots of folks will use the language of people of color. I don't like that. I don't like it. Why? One, it allows us to maintain whiteness as normative, because what we mean is everybody but white people.
This is for people of color. Like, what are you going to do to me?
Okay, so I love that he tried to again sneak this and smuggle this in here, right? Notice how quickly he tried to introduce that and then get away from it, right? He had one black man say, "I don't like being referred to as people of color." Cool, and I respect that. If I knew that person. And he told me that, guess what? Cool, bro. I will not I will not say that to you, with you, or around you. I respect it. It's all good. It's all good. Again, performative. Neil, performative. You pulled up that one link and showed it really quickly. Why? It fits your narrative. That you think you can say whatever you want and do whatever you want, and there's no penalty. It's not real life, bro.
I'm sorry for people who lost brain cells on that part, but Apparently, the blacks is not enough. Now let's hear how Derek said the blacks. Let's hear how horrible it sounded. Ready for this?
He spoke about the black community and its struggles, giving his right-wing antics, which I've heard all my life growing up in North Carolina. To me, he was guilty of his experience and environment. Not that he had any hate or actual racism towards blacks, but that isn't accurate for this crowd of Puritans.
That's what he said. Here's the response from a white girl from Canada.
So before we get to the white girl in Canada, again, really quick, Neil, the context doesn't matter. The context doesn't matter. Not in this conversation, bro. Sorry, I'm so I'm sorry, y'all are so far behind. But the context here doesn't fucking matter.
Who's not black, who probably barely even went to school with any black people, deciding to get angry about this. Listen to this.
That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun. That is not a good look. The blacks is not a noun. The blacks is not a noun.
Yep, performative much. Nope, not at all. Not at all. Nope. To what Jay said, you exclude black people from a lot of things. Point to other folks and say, look at all these people of color. So yes, sometimes as black people, we push back on being included in an umbrella. And again, that's where if what I said earlier, then cool. I will rock with that. I will rock with that. It's all good, right? It's all good. The point I'm trying to make, and I feel like I'm gonna lose my seat here in a minute. Jim's getting lit up over here. Here's the thing. It is Neil won't recognize that. I don't know that he can. I can. We can. Those of us having these conversations, right? Like Jay says it. Like, cool. All right. Then I respect game. It is what it is, and I will do whatever and make sure that I'm loving and caring and take care of the people I love and care about, and even others that I don't know, right? But when you take this stance where it's like, no, fuck it, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say, anytime I want to fucking say it, that's when we're getting problematic. I told you I'm about to lose my seat.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, y'all. This is not even my. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not. Look, I love you, Shannon Q. Thank you. I love you, Heathen Queen. Thank you. Fuck you, Neil. Clip this, please. Somebody clip it. Send this part 2. This is part 2. Clip it. Send it to him. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn if Shannon only knows 2 peppers in California. Maybe even just 1. You probably have known a bunch of different peppers. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you definitely don't fucking get it. You probably have known a lot more, been around a lot more peppers in your life. I don't need the chair. I don't need the chair. I don't need the chair. I'm too much. It's too much for me. The fact that you have probably been around a lot more black people than possibly Shannon Q, whether that's true or not, I don't know. Doesn't fucking matter in this point. The point is that Shannon Q fucking gets it. Heathen Queen fucking gets it. You, for whatever ignorant ass reason, don't fucking get it. These 2 are representatives of speaking for us. And frankly, we need more Shannon Qs. We need more Heathen Queens. Hell, we need my boo Oz here to speak for us in addition with our voices. Why? Because their asses fucking get it. The fact that they fucking get it is why Shannon is screaming at the top of her fucking lungs, telling you frustratingly what the fuck you and dumbass Derek said is dumbassery and racist. And I implore both of you to not just listen to me, because who the fuck am I? Do a bit more research, talk to Black people, maybe, to fucking understand why saying blacks are the blacks is fucking racist as shit. Because again, I will say this, now that I'm in the microphone, you're not just hearing me scream from the background. The fact that you say those things, you and Derek say those things, that's what makes you racist. I said it. Oh my God. I said the N-word to white people. You're racist. You're racist. Derek, you're racist. Calling us the blacks or blacks is racist. You are racist. I said it. Fuck it. Because it's true. It's offensive. It's about nearly as bad as calling us the C word. It's about half as bad as calling us the N word. You sound like you want to say the N word. You want to say it? I'll say it with you. Shut the fuck up. Actually listen to Black people when we say this. And I can discuss this in a cool, calm, and collected manner, but I'm a little bit heated right now because I'm tired of your fucking ignorant ass saying this shit and laughing about it, thinking that you think that you're right in this little bit that you're doing. Stop. Fucking stop. Because obviously you don't fucking get it. And until you take the time to actually listen to, thank you for that. Yes, racetodinner.com. Sign up for that dinner. Please spend the money that you spend on Pappy Price on the Race for Dinner. Go to racefordinner.com. Let that learn you. Look up better yet, look on YouTube. It's a free documentary called Deconstructing Karen. Look that up. I fucking dare you to watch it. I bet your ass won't, but I fucking dare you. That probably learned you a little bit. Both of you. Stop fucking referring to us as the blacks or blacks. It's fucking racist. You sound like a racist dumbass, you and Derek, for saying it. I'm done. I gotta go to bed. Fuck this. Ugh. Sorry, babe. I love you. I didn't need the chair.
The mic in the chair is hot. I mean, what she said.
Oh, Canada, what are you guys doing over there?
They refuse.
Also, one more thing before I leave. Men are boys with penises. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Did anybody watch this video? Because I watched it end to end. I had to walk away multiple times and then message people and see if they were okay.
That might have sounded bad. Is Derek Lambert making an argument that men are boys with penises and women are vaginas? Let's hear if Derek actually says.
I accidentally misgendered someone. I didn't know what I did. I come from a world where men are boys and they have penises, and women have vaginas and can give birth. This is all so new and honestly strange to me.
Wow. Almost as if that didn't happen. And Derek was telling a story about how he accidentally misgendered somebody and how he came from a traditional world, where people push the idea that men had penises and women had vaginas, which is normal for most people who are above 30 years old. That's the world most of us came from. Now, apparently, according to Shannon Q, hopefully this is not a Canadian thing. I don't think it is. You're supposed to just lie and pretend that you came from a world where everything was completely up to date, where you grew up knowing that gender is fluid. Gender is fluid, everyone. No, Derek is saying that he came from a world where that wasn't the case. I don't know why this is even being explained here.
Yeah, see, Neil, this is where, not where. Sorry, this is why I didn't hit you up and be like, dude, let's chop it up, because even in you doing this stream, you're so dishonest, because you've left out so many points so far, and I'll just point out a couple right now that I know has happened or doesn't happen. You left out the part that what was it? What was it? Derek's wife was about to beat somebody's ass or something, and like he had, like, I don't remember the whole thing, but like you leave all of that out. I noticed in your stream, as much as you want to defend your big homie, your daddy, you didn't bring up the fact that he called Megan out on some straight misogynistic shit, said some straight wild ass shit, and then he deleted it, and you didn't bring that up. Where you're talking about other people deleting shit and shit and shit. So forgive us when we find you just to be a phony. I mean, forgive us. in all of your wisdom and knowledge, forgive us.
Again, I gave you a trigger warning.
Like your education. Like he was talking about how she started school 3 weeks ago, and all of a sudden she feels like she can weigh in. She feels like she can weigh in.
So true.
Okay,
Your
so
degree, motherfucker.
Really? Is that what I said? All of a sudden she's in school and she thinks she can weigh in. Let's play what I actually said. And this is somebody who starts going to school for a couple of months and immediately shifts into like expert mode. Red flag. Immediately shifts into expert mode. Is that the same as me saying
She feels like she can weigh in.
because she shouldn't have a take on stuff? She puts up a story, which probably didn't happen, because I don't know about you, but most people who read Heathen Queen's Facebook post don't think they're real. They sound like they're just made up. Like this is what she wrote. Someone tried to proselytize to me earlier. They were showing me a little booklet with Hebrew, which I had to read to them because they only knew one word. I don't believe you. This sounds fake.
Yeah. And as much as I don't believe you when you tell me you're not racist. The irony, Neil. The irony. I don't believe you when you tell me that you're not racist. So where does that leave us, Neil? Where does that leave us? I'll tell you where it leaves us. I actually care about people, and I don't refer to anybody with racial slurs or or anything demeaning or hurtful or even potentially hurtful. I do my fucking best, right? Where you're like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And now this is where oh, thank you, Jay. Yep. Thank you. Because I said this earlier, like there's this weird flex where it's like this slow, like Hulk Hogan moment where it's like, I'm gonna bring it back around where I know more than you know, brother. Listen to me, Mean Gene. I know more about this than you know. Yeah, it's and then all of a sudden he's gonna school us. He's gonna school us and give us all of this information why he was just telling Heathen Queen, like, you went to school for a few months and now you want to flex, but you don't have a degree and you don't go to school, but you want to. But you want to flex? That seems normal and not performative, right? That seems normal.
Woo, 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 woo. What?
Sounds like one of your made up stories that you always tell about dudes hitting on you all the time. I don't believe you. You sound like a crazy person. And by the way, a lot of people agree with me on this. In fact, one of them was Kip Davis. And I'll remember like it was yesterday. He might lie about this. He might deny it. But Kip, you and I both know this happened. Where me and him, I picked him up for the airport. We stopped at a Wendy's and we were talking about people that we're mutual friends with. And Heathen Queen got brought up and we were like, what the fuck is going on with this person? What a mess. He agreed with me on everything. He was not a fan. Let's put it that way. What the fuck is going on with this person? Every single time there's some sort of chaotic turbulence happening in this person's life. Now, I made a comment about this in the video with Derek. And another act of bad faith completely took me out of context, saying that I was calling her a drug addict.
Jess's fucking Facebook post with the date still on them. Jess's fucking Facebook post with the date still on them. I was like, so you're telling me this bitch had car trouble 3 times in 4 years? You're right. She probably is a drug addict because that's never happened to me. Holy shit!
I'm a drug addict. I know.
Man, I'm trying to remember. There was a man, y'all gotta remember. I just started DJing yesterday, so my recall is still. Yeah, I know. He lives. She sounds like a drug addict. He fucking said it. I'm trying to remember. There's a lyric of a song that I'm trying to remember that. Oh, I just remembered it. DJ Brain. Shit can happen. Shit can happen. Shit can happen. Shit can happen. If we're skeptics, we understand sometimes there's crazy shit that happens where it's like, yeah, that kind of is against the norm, but what do? We ask for the evidence, we follow the evidence, and if it's there, we follow the evidence, right? So here's what I would ask, Neil. Instead of you just saying, this is bullshit, she's a drug addict, or is acting like a drug addict anyway, did you ask for evidence? Did you do that? Did you ask for evidence? If not, then shut the fuck up.
Jessica is a fucking idiot and also a drug addict because her car had trouble. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's like,
behold, being a woman on the internet.
4 years.
Behold, being a woman on the internet.
Once again,
before he says another word, I want to say this. Just again, y'all know me. I keep it a buck around here. Man, for 4 years, up until 2003, and I've been as far as drugs, chemicals, all that, I've been clean as a fucking goddamn whistle. But for 4 years up until 2003, I had an 8-ball a day. 8-ball a fucking day habit. And if you don't know what that means, Google it. Guess what did not happen to me? I did not have cars stolen from me. I did like those things, like this weird, like, well, these random things happening to you means that you must be a drug addict. You must be on something. You must be doing something. That's just not the case, bruh. Like literally every day I was putting an 8-ball in my nose. That shit didn't happen to me. So you're wanting to illustrate this thing and create this narrative is bullshit. until you have evidence.
Bye, Felicia.
Come on, YouTube.
Again, let's play the tape and see what I actually said. Number 2, red flag. Always getting their car stolen in the middle of the night. Someone crashes into your car. My car was stolen Saturday night. My car has remote GPS. I disabled my car in Starlink. It's been 24 hours and not a single officer has the time to go where my car is. Okay, that's normal. People get their cars stolen all the time, right? It happens to everyone, right? Car was hit in the middle of the night. Someone just driving by your car. And
all right, bro, I'm gonna speed him up. This dude, he taking too long. He taking too long. God damn.
Hits your car. Oh, okay. Wow, you just have really bad luck. And then all of a sudden you have another post where somebody got hacked into your bank account and stole all your money. All your student loans gone overnight. Wow, that sucks. Bank of America, it's your fault. After a while, when I start seeing things, I obviously, disclosure mode, I've talked about this on my channel. I come from a very rocky past. Drug addiction was involved. I've been to prison. I've been to multiple rehabs. Bank of America, it's your fault. After a while, when I start seeing things, I obviously, disclosure mode, I've talked about this on my channel. I come from a very rocky past. Drug addiction was involved. I've been to prison. I've been to multiple rehabs. Sounds like myself. She sounds like me in my early 20s. No.
I'm sorry, Jay. Jay, what did you say? Oh yeah, you asked the same question I've been asking. The fuck does this have to do with you rocking with a racist? We still wondering at this point. At this point, we're just laughing at you. At this point, Neil. At this point, we're laughing at you, bro. The fuck does this have to do with you being like, no, Bob's my dude. I pay him money to be my racist homeboy.
No, I don't know her. I don't know if she's doing drugs. I don't really care. No, I don't know her. I don't know if she's doing drugs. I don't really care. Specifically said, now I don't know her and don't know if she's doing drugs. Don't care. I was talking about myself. When I was in active addiction years ago, 8-9 years ago, my life was a mess and I was constantly doing similar things that Heather Queen does today. Having your car stolen on September 2021, then on August 9th, 2022, having somebody break into the side of your window again, and then not even a month later, someone hits your car in the middle of the night, and then literally a week after that, your entire bank account gets drained and someone steals your credit card, all within a year. That is not normal. In fact, I was curious. I went on.
Neil, do you not understand how bad of a look this is? The fuck, and then he doubles down. It's like, no, I went and did the research, you guys. I went and did the research to see how often cars get stolen and broken into and shit, because that matters. That matters. That matters. Why? Because I want, and I'm speaking of him, Neil. I want to platform racists. I want to rock with racists. Look what I've done. Look what I've done.
Some statistic websites and looked up, like, what are the odds of having your car stolen? It's 1 out of 3,000. And according to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, vehicles stolen nationwide has been dropping year by year by year. You're less likely to get your car stolen now than ever. I don't know what's going on. This person is a train wreck. I don't care if that makes you mad. It's not because you're a woman.
Behold, being a woman on the internet.
That I'm calling you out because you're a female. Don't just throw that around because you think it's a get out of criticism card. What happened to gender equality? I don't care that you're a woman. I care that you suck. I care that you're a train wreck. I don't care if you have a dick, a vagina, or if you're an alien from Mars. If you act like this,
I can read Hebrew.
You suck.
Oh, and Neil, guess what? We're here to tell you the same thing tonight. You suck. And so far, you just are demonstrating that you're a racist. we talked about earlier. What was that Alanis Morissette song again? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Like you're wanting to say and like hide behind this. Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's a drug addict or not. I'm just going. Hold on. Let's talk. Let's talk about this. I don't know. I'm pretending I'm Neil right now. I don't know if she's a drug addict or not. I don't know. I have no idea. She's acting like one. Because that's what I did when I was a drug addict. I went and ran the streets, and I went to prison, and that's how I acted. That's what I was doing. Okay, well then all is according to what you're saying, Neil. All is fair in love and war, right? Then I can tell you and be equally as accurate as you think you are. As much as you think that Heathen Queen is a drug addict or is on something, I'm thoroughly convinced that you're a racist fucking asshole. And I have good reason to believe it. Based on your logic, bro. Just based on what I'm watching, listening to, and hearing. Congratulations. Because I don't know what the fuck someone's car has to do with anything. And the fact that you're hanging on to that to prove a goddamn fucking point is beyond me. And I told y'all like an hour ago, like it goes from like I get pissed to where I just start to laugh. Because it's like, dude, you're a fucking joke, bro.
And I'm going to call you out for it. Kip Davis is just scared to do it, and I'm not.
Like your education. Like he was talking about how she started school 3 weeks ago, and all of a sudden she feels like she can weigh in.
So true.
Okay,
Third
so
degree, motherfucker.
Well, this is
not
Scared to do it, and I'm not.
like your education.
All right. Let's go to the next chapter. Because there's more. There's more. Yeah. So the dad pool part, because there is a part here that I want to point out that he doesn't talk about.
Just bitch about trans people. That's what you want to do? Bitching about trans people. Your baby's head is misshapen.
It is.
Yeah.
Is your head misshapen, buddy?
Yeah. So is yours.
Not like
you sound like
not
like you want to know?
I'm being serious here. This is like
part of the reason it's misshapen is he was preemie and we didn't go through the birth canal. But,
okay.
Now with Ricky Brock, someone who unironically posts that when you ever get
that wasn't performative. That was not baking in a narrative that you want to create, right? No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. We all missed it, bro. We all missed it. You weren't sneaking shit in there. We all missed it.
accused of being racist or transphobic or something, just ignore it. Because if you defend yourself, that means you're guilty. Someone gets accused of sexually assaulting somebody, just ignore the girl. No one will ever think it's you. Why would you defend yourself? They will think you did it if you defend yourself. Imagine a world where racists and rapists can just go around doing whatever they want. And as long as they just ignore the victims, no one will ever think it's them. That type of brain rot is what we're dealing with when we enter Ricky Brock. Is more over the top in all of this than anyone on this entire panel. However, behind the scenes in private, Ricky was actually the most supportive, and I have the receipts. We will get there. However, when this thing all popped off, Ricky was the most active online, talking about Robert Price and why he should be lionized, telling Derek that he should put eyeshadow on so we can see the tears better because, you know, apparently women are crybabies and Derek's a woman. Posting about me.
Oh, yeah. Talking about just feeding things into a narrative. He didn't say that. You said that. Because I know plenty of men that wear eyeliner and eyeshadow. But you probably don't know about that, do you? You cis white male that is scared of probably anything that where a man would wear makeup, right?
multiple times a day on all of his platforms, either tagging me or reposting me, either in some sort of bad faith, out of context, skewing of what I'm saying. In the case of here, when I posted to the people, if you speak out against these people online, nothing will happen to your channel. Well, he decides to take that into his own account. That means I'm bragging about how many subscribers I'm getting for being a right-wing grifter. And this is not me just exaggerating. He's actually going around the internet telling people that me and Derek are now right-wing grifters.
Okay, so I'm not going to spend another hour going through this shit. So here's what I'll tell you right now what happened. So Neil sent me before this shit popped off. Before this video dropped from Neil. Neil sent me the little clip with Captain Dadpool. With the which part was it? Yeah, it was the part. Yeah, it was the part talking about Chrissy. That was it. There was no context, no nothing. He just sent me that. I didn't comment, didn't reply, didn't need to. Right? Why? Because Neil, what Neil, what do I do? What Neil, what do I do? I go straight to Ricky. I said, Ricky, this was sent to me. I don't know the context. I don't know the backstory. I don't know what's going on. But please believe I'm going to do the investigation. Ricky followed up. This is what happened. And then later I confirmed his story, and he said, yes, those things that you have heard, that others will hear. I said those things, and before anything went public, I already had a conversation with Chrissy. Chrissy and I cleared it up, and I had a complete misunderstanding, and I was dead wrong, and I apologize, and I took ownership for it. And I reached out to multiple parties to verify. And so far, everything's been verified and cleared. Guess what you left out, Neil? Guess what you left out? Is that there are people that fuck up, make mistakes. But at the end of the day, do they own it? And are they seeking to understand? Are they seeking to improve? Do they want to do better and be better? Do they want to fucking do better and be better? I could say through this issue, this matter, as much as you want to shit on Ricky, he's doing way better than you, bro. He's doing way better than you. He's at least owning it and saying, yeah, I did say this shit. I did. I was a participant, but I got educated. I learned, and I owned up to it, and I apologized. And that, literally, that's all we're asking for. Like know that you fucked up, address it, own it, and deal with it, and let's move on. But you can't even do that because your ego, your pride, and your privilege won't let you do that.
Grifters who are shitposting.
Would you believe that he used to make well-informed, educated content?
So I said that because let's go to the next chapter here. The I don't necessarily want to skip it because I feel like it's already just been beat to death. How much Neil hates Chrissy. is just trying to point at every fucking goddamn thing out that he can about Chrissy. And here's the thing. I've never had a conversation with Chrissy. I don't other than having one or two brief interactions with Chrissy online, I can't say anything. So I'm not going to spend time here because I don't think it's fair, because I don't have any invested knowledge or whatever in this to have an opinion. Other than no, I'll leave it there. I'm not learned enough. I'm not educated on this dynamic enough to have an opinion. So I'm gonna leave that alone. I think that's the best thing to do.
This guy's from.
And there are tons of examples of this, all listed right here.
Not. It actually goes Matthew and Luke only.
Yeah,
mostly
your,
Matthew.
Your dissertation day is also really, really awesome. I've actually used a little bit of it for my Philemon book.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Comparing Philemon and looking for quotations of Philemon, and then also comparing.
Why did Chrissy admit to Stephen Boyce that his work was going to be used in her book? And even a better question, why wasn't Stephen ever cited for this work? Well, that's a plagiarist who was not only a plagiarist, but was going around projecting.
Let's go into recent history. The notification of notifications that this stream was going to happen a couple days ago. So I reached out to Derek, said, what's going on with this? And Derek said, Dr. Price and I have made up on this, and he's going to come back on the channel and talk about this. I'm like, all right. And I'll be completely honest that I heard him say he talked to Brady and Durante, and they came to the conclusion he's not racist. And my good faith, emotional, my attachment to Derek kicked in first, right? And I'm like, oh, these are, seated members of the community. Like, maybe other people would share that perception. It's not like, oh, I know Maya thinks. I'm defending myself a little bit. So whatever. Stupid thing of me to do. Overly whatever. And I'm not privy to that conversation in the first place, right? And you guys made a great point. They have no fucking clue the shit he said and his takes, or read his blog, right? And
Nitty, fuck you for looking in the mirror. Fuck you for looking in a goddamn mirror and being like, you know what? I can do better and be better. Fuck you, bro. How dare you?
And I was like, wait a minute. Like, I need to go back and, revisit this whole thing. Like, what am I doing? Right. And Sumami set my shit straight a little bit on Discord. And Prag too. Just my took 2 messages. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing?
It almost felt like he was pushed into it. Like, you can tell, on one hand, I'm so grateful for this neutral place for scholarship. Well, if it's a neutral place for scholarship, then why would the guest be a problem for you? It's supposed to be a neutral place. That doesn't make any sense to me. What I thought was so strange about seeing Nitty on here is that every single time, and
Oh man,
I barely ever watch Pine Creek, for example.
And in effect say
I just want to point this out again. Like towards the end here, it just becomes a laughing stock, right? Because he just said, I barely listen to this, and this is a shout out to Nitty, because I'm with Nitty. I listened to a little bit of his stream while I was working on my light shows and everything. There's nothing wrong with being in the chat with opposition, right? When we say opposition, we know what we're talking about, right? The fact that Neil said every time I log into this chat, every time I log into this chat, I see Nitty there. Well, bruh, you just said that you didn't. Hold on. You just said you don't really rock with other people. You don't listen to other people. You don't do. I thought you didn't listen to him. But you said every single time. I mean, now here's where I have another point to prove. Neil? And I don't know if Jay and I have talked about this, because I've heard Jay several times talk about the Pine Creek and Friends. and there was it wasn't just Pine Creek, but Pine Creek and Friends little poker club. I would say, let's see, I've been divorced now for, oh man, I can't remember how many years ago it was now at this point. Guess who played poker every Sunday night with Pine Creek and others for a good amount of time? And I'm not talking about Nitty. Your boy. Like clockwork. Like clockwork. Neil? Here's what happened, bruh. One person said to me something, so I considered it. Then I heard it from multiple sources, and I was like, all right, this is worthy of investigation. As soon as I figured out what was really going on, guess who never showed up to another fucking poker game? Guess who never showed up to another motherfucking poker game? No explanation. No. Hey guys, been great hanging out with you. Been great knowing you. Y'all have been amazing. Like none of that. Nope. As soon as I heard it, I did my homework. I did my investigation. And as soon as I had good reason, guess what the fuck happened? Bounce. It's that easy, Neil. It's that easy. It's that fucking easy. I don't fuck with racists. I don't fuck with bigots. It's that fucking easy. And guess what? I didn't lose an hour of sleep, a wink of sleep, nothing.
Saying all masculinity is toxic masculinity. I read enough feminist theologians and secular feminist theoreticians to know that. And I mentioned several of these books, in fact, in the introduction. And I say that this is a big mistake. You're making kids into sissies. Boys can't bang, play cowboy and Indian anymore because that's too much like actually murdering somebody. You've got to be kidding. Don't you realize what kind of world these kids will grow up in?
And I'm hardly ever watching Jim Bob streams made by Jim Bob.
Yeah, what is there to talk about? I called you a Nazi because you defend the Nazis. What, but you? Oh, yeah, hands. Yeah, hands, bro.
Hands? What is that?
Hands, bro.
Hands? What does that mean?
Oh, well, come find out.
Come find out?
You will
What
learn.
is that?
You'll learn.
So that's
sir.
where you go. So you're scared of a theocracy because of force and scary stuff, but you're quick to violence and anger.
Jim Bob, I'm quick to know because you wouldn't try none of this shit in person. You ain't stupid. You ain't
I would
crazy.
say all the same things. I tell
would
you,
not.
you're
You
not
would
oppressed, dude.
You would
Look at
not.
your rainbow lights behind you. Get
You
the
would
fuck out of
not.
here.
This.
So I'm gonna go big screen right here because I'm gonna go to bat for my I'm gonna go to bat for my boy Jay right now because like this part right here pissed me off more than anything else he said and did on the stream because this is passive aggressive racist bullshit. Right, this is Neil telling you that he's a racist without saying it, letting someone else tell his story for him. This shit pissed me off more than any goddamn fucking thing that was said and done in this video. That's why I wanted to get we after this we can fucking cut it off for all I'm concerned.
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Hey, chill out, Oz. Uh, Neil, Derek, Jim Bob, whatever the fuck you call yourselves. No, I'm going to restructure that because I don't know that we'll get to it, but Neil attempts to use Kip later in his stream where Kip is being genuine and he is saying I'm actually terrified and scared up to this point that I either do not or have not realized what being a white cis male in America that what that has offered to me. And Neil tries to do this like fucked up weird, like that's a bad thing, right? And this is, oh man, and I've obviously had this conversation with Jenna. I don't even know how many times, and I've had this conversation with Jenna and Maya. I know Jay and I have had similar conversations, and a huge amount of the conversations I've had around this is with I call him my uncle. I call him my uncle, Lucian. He's my godfather, but my brother and I call him Uncle. He is 67. He'll be turning 67 in December. 67-year-old black man that I was raised with. That was my uncle, and whether you call it blessed, honored, and I would consider all of that. I had the privilege in this sense of having a black man in my life that grew up where he couldn't hang out with his white friends unless he snuck in their back door. He wasn't allowed to knock on their front door. They were not allowed to come to his house. He was not allowed to drink in water fountains with them. And when they played sports together, they couldn't share the same water fountain. If there's any privilege that, like, yes, I have white privilege 100%. In the context of this conversation, I'm fortunate and I'm lucky that I come from a family that my godfather / uncle, man, started learning me on this shit at a young age. Because when I hear this wild ass shit, I'm like, what the fuck? But then I got to remind myself, I understand that I'm a one-off, man. And I have to remind myself of that. I'm a one-off. Every white dude didn't have an Uncle Lucian. And Jen and I talk about that. Like I have to keep that in line too, right? In me being consistent. I'll bet money. I'll bet money that Derek and Neil didn't have an Uncle Lucian, right? So I keep that in consideration. I'm fortunate and I'm grateful that I had him and still have him. I talk to him all the time still. All of that said, if you, Neil and Derek, if you actually care about people, you're going to seek to understand. You're going to seek to understand, and you're going to understand that when you say, I'm rocking with a racist, when I'm rocking with a goddamn racist, you're going to get called the fuck out, bro. You're going to get called the fuck out. Like, what else the fuck did you expect? And then my whole point in saying all of that, let's go full circle. You attempt, and I say attempt, you attempt to humiliate my homie, Jay, Pocket Locker 86. You attempt to humiliate him. That was your attempt. And that's clear. But what you obviously don't get, and you don't understand, because you're not seeking to understand, Neil, Black people in America have been doing everything they can do to be heard. Everything. They tried to be peaceful. They've tried to do. We, us, Neil. We, us, Derek. We haven't listened. Why the fuck do you think they're angry? Why the fuck do you think they're loud? Why the fuck do you think that they push back the way they do? Because nobody fucking listens. You just want to try to do this simple synopsis where it's like, well, this is how this is not how scholarship acts. This is not how an academic would carry themselves. This says the fucking privileged ass fucking white male in America. Sorry, Neil, you're not getting a pass, bro. You're not getting a pass. Because as far as I know, well, shit. At this point, according to Kip and Dr. Josh, I have more academic credentials than you do. But who the fuck are you, bro? Who the fuck are you? Oh, I forgot. You rock with racists. And only racists would tell a black person, pipe down. Pipe down. Pipe down. Or essentially, shut the fuck up. You shouldn't talk like that. You shouldn't act like that. Shut the fuck up. That's how bigots act. That's how racists act. And I know you're trying to be cool and try to be smooth with it, but you're not. It's all out there. It's all fucking out there for everybody to see. So stop. So when you play this shit, Neil, and I'm not even going to continue it because you played this shit in an attempt to make Jay look like an ass. That was your attempt. But what I'm here to expose is this is your way of saying I'm a goddamn racist. And I'm going to let another motherfucker show my racism without me saying that I'm a racist. Because God forbid a black person in America, a black man or a black woman in America get pissed off. Shut up, right? Yeah,
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Yeah. Jay, you're being entirely too loud and too reckless. Get back to the ghetto. Just go back. So I'm not going to play any more of it because I'm not even going to participate in this shit. Holy shit, I just noticed that. You're right. He has what's his name? Sam. Yeah, he's there for the circle jerks. Bob Chance is there for the circle jerks. But I'm not going to play the rest of this. Yeah, it's definitely a fake one. But I'm going to play this because Jay has every reason to be angry. Every reason to be angry. And like I said earlier, do I agree with the and see, I don't remember her name at this point, but the Christian lady that he was calling out and something bitch. Am I with that? Fuck no, I'm not. And that's me being consistent. And even Jay said that later he apologized, and that shit came from like 3 years ago. But even then, I said let's pretend that shit happened yesterday. Let's pretend it happened yesterday. Here's what we still don't have, Neil. We still don't have you or Derek explaining why it's cool for y'all to be fucking racist. We still don't have that. Next chapter. And this is the part where I may piss some people off. I'm just gonna keep it 100.
I'm not miserable. You're an annoying prick. I'm going to mute you again.
Matt Dillahunty, who had a problem with me using the term cult. Because of the smearing that was going on with Captain Dadpool, he saw these posts and thought that I was bragging to my people about calling out the woke mob, that I'll gain subscribers that way and I'll make more money. And then he told me to call in the show, which I did. I couldn't get one sentence in without Matt using the mute button to stop me from talking so he could control the narrative. And I knew that was going to happen. So I don't really care what people think about that conversation. Normal people can watch that and see how crazy Matt looks. Don't care who thinks I got destroyed. Doesn't matter to me. In fact, Matt publicly pretended that he's offering me all these debates. And then when I finally email him and ask him, hey, where do you want to do the debate? He told me he's busy. And then he would respond in a couple of days. Never got a response back. I don't think Matt actually does want to have a discussion about this. I think he wants people to think that he's willing to have a discussion, but he's not really willing to have a discussion. He wants to be able to control the narrative. And look, even to this day, Matt is still trying to insert himself into this drama. I never mentioned him in any of my original posts. He's the one who's brought himself into the drama. I never said he was part of the woke mob. He keeps insinuating that I'm saying that, and I've never even said that, even until right now.
And he says all sorts of crazy garbage, which is his whole thing.
All right, y'all know I'm gonna keep it a buck, and I'll try to keep it short here. I know we're getting late. Well, at this point, I don't think I have to say too much about Neil. I think we all know how I feel at Neil, or how I feel about Neil at this point. And even Matt, if you're hip to the channel, you know how I feel about Matt. And here's where I again, consistent, right? Look at the thumbnail, look at the title. Let's be consistent. So let's be consistent. Matt is consistently a problem. What's up, David? First time I see your name in the chat. Welcome. Matt is consistently a problem. And again, I said it from the jump. I'm gonna keep it a buck on both sides. I'm going to be consistent. And you can like me, love me, subscribe, unsubscribe, say fuck you, Oz, and I'm gonna be like, I love you too. I literally don't give a fuck. Okay. Matt is consistently a problem. There, and I've shared this once or twice on here before, but I'll share it here just to prove my point. I do not recall whether it was when he was still with the atheist experience, or then when he teamed up with shut up, Oz. That's not that one guy. When he teamed up with him. But Matt had a caller, and I remember listening, like real time listening to this, and it was like I've not listened to a single fucking show, call-in show, anything of Matt's since I heard this one. There was a guy that called in, and what he was trying to, and I will say he wasn't the best at explaining his situation. You could tell he was nervous as fuck. He called in and was trying to explain to Matt that he was like at the very early stages of like deconstructing, deconverting, right? And he had a terrible mom. That shit I went through until my mom passed. Like that shit was brutal, right? And he was trying to explain that. And Matt took that as an attack at him because of his relationship with his parents. Like he just automatically like took it as, oh, you're one asked me about me and my parents' relationship. Me and my mom said you probably heard about the letter and the note that my mom and dad sent me. And Matt literally didn't even take the time to seek to understand, to ask questions, and just fucking bulldoze this guy. And then once Matt was done with his fucking rant, the caller was literally like you could hear his voice shaking. Like obviously I'm not with him. I can't say whether he was crying or not, but his voice was shaking. And he was like, no, I was actually just calling to get advice. Bro. He was calling to get advice. He was calling to get goddamn advice. And you made, as you always do, Matt, you made it about you. You made it about you. Just like that. Now I'm going to go full circle. There's a reason I shared this is Matt attempted to make this shit with Derek and Neil, attempted to make it about him. Why? I don't know. But when Neil called in, both of them ended up looking like fucking asshats because neither of them have answers. And then we all know as soon as Matt doesn't have an answer, he just fucking hangs up or mutes you. And that's what the fuck happened. Both of them ended up looking like fucking ass clowns. Like for what? What point did either of you prove in this? You proved that both of you are consistent. Oh, what was the title again? Be consistent. So we know Matt is consistently an asshole. And we know now that Neil is consistently just going to defend bigotry and racism. That's what we got at the end of that call.
The last thing I want to talk about is Kip Davis. Kip Davis.
Oh, last thing we're going to talk about is Kip Davis. So hold on before we do that. I didn't realize that I skipped over the whole Heathen Queen thing. So I want to hit on that real quick. He several times like pointing on the point where she said, "Well, I'm a bully. I'm a bully. I'm a bully." Yada yada yada, all that. So again, I'm going to be as consistent as I can be in this. Hell yeah! Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. And we'll finish up with Dr. Kill. But I do want to make sure I'm consistent with this because I did not mean to skip over all of it. So number one, when I was in high school, so I played all-state baseball. Like I could have been like one of the cool kids, right? But I was literally referred to or called the bully of the bullies. It's like I did not let people. I didn't let the bullies bully, right? So I was the bully's bully. So I think that this is where I think that this is where Neil isn't seeing all the way inside it, and I could be wrong, right? Because I'm not Jessica. I'm not in her brain. I'm just telling you how I operate. Like I hate bullies, so I bully bullies at every chance and every opportunity I can, and I will not flinch. That said, there's a lot of things that Neil shared that Heathen Queen has said on Twitter, in the social media sphere that I do not, would not ever say, endorse, promote, point blank, period. Regardless of your ideas, ideals, worldview, any of that, point blank, period. Not signing up for it. I'm not even cool with it. And she's been on our platform. It's been a long, hot minute, but she's been on our platform, and we've had recent conversations. Here's the thing, though. Are people maturing? Are they getting better? Are they improving? That's what you're watching for, right? That's what you're paying attention to. And I have watched Heathen Queen, especially over the last year, the level of that type of visceral, right? And that just fucking in your face, fuck you, just like you're reaching now to do that, right? Here's the difference: is Bob Price isn't backing down. He continues to say, "Well, no, that's just still how I operate." While we're watching the rest of the people that you keep trying to attack and go after, they're improving. Like even Jay said earlier, "No, I apologize. I realize I fucked up. I apologized." I even said that about my shit with Majors. As soon as I knew the truth, hey, this is what time it is. That's the difference, Neil. Is when you know you fucked up, admit you fucked up. That's it. Admit you fucked up.
Who I already mentioned earlier, behind this.
But all right, here's the last hit piece, and let's tee this one up properly, because now we're going after the giver of my doctorates. He and Dr. Josh, we're going after the giver of my doctorates.
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
Oh, and of course, now YouTube's gonna slow down.
Scenes, he talks about how much he can't stand Heathen Queen. Now, I'm not going to say Kip is performative in his politics. I mean, he's pretty left wing. So am I. But to the extreme that he goes online, talk about his white privilege and
the levels of my own privilege coming to.
Oh, see, hold on. What up, Wayne? What up, Wayne? Wayne said, "Man, this Henny burn it." And see, I had to drink, but I took a drink. So hold on. I ain't drinking Henny, but goddamn it, I didn't take a drink. Oh, and by the way, as I pull this up to hit play, just so you know, Neil, because I know earlier you said that people that can't sleep at night are scumbags. I'm now on like 48 hours with no sleep because insomnia and shit. So I'm a complete scumbag. Complete scumbag.
New understandings and realizations of what privilege is, becoming terrified at the fact that I can't see it and I need help from my friends and from people that I trust.
all the stuff that you see him doing in public is not what Kip does in real life. He's a little bit on the performative side, in my personal opinion. I don't know Kip that well. I mean, he did sleep at my house before. I did hang out with him when he was in Florida. But this is what gets me about Kip. We were friends for 5 years. Derek did nothing but promote this guy's channel as much as possible. And he's just reached 20,000 subscribers. Good for him. I felt bad when Kip Davis had that run into with Amin Hillman.
I'm just very.
I'm not interested in giving you an answer, Kip. So let's just go.
No, you don't want to talk to me about the Hebrew, the infinite.
I think you're full of it. I think you're full of it, and I think.
So, this part cracked me up. This part cracked me up. So, it almost spent a bunch of time here. So before I go there, hold on. I can't take it serious anymore, you guys. I can't take them serious anymore. Jay said, I have a PhD. It was mostly a career choice, to be honest. But we put too much emphasis on expertise sometimes. PhDs are just people who stayed in school for a long time about something very particular. I agree. The reason I'm pausing is I didn't realize. So when I listened to this earlier, oh, you guys, this is worse than I thought it was. You guys, when I watched this earlier, I actually wasn't watching. I was listening because I was doing all the lighting and shit, like I talked about at the opening of the stream. I wasn't watching. I was listening. This this is the dude. This is the dude that's supposedly running circles around Kip. Yes, drink break.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
I didn't even realize when I was listening to it. I didn't until I saw now seeing it. I now putting a face to the. This dude is a fucking quack job. This dude. Hold on. I need.
Woo, 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 woo. What? What are you people? On dope?
See, now I'm glad I waited long enough to see it because I didn't put the voice with the face. Now I got the face with the voice. Oh, Jesus, fuck, goddamn fucking Christ. If y'all don't know, I have a triple doctorate in fuck Amon. The fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Think you were
Wow.
saying in the chat room that you are an expert in Greek, and you said there's no way. There's no
I didn't
way,
say I was an
dude.
expert in Greek.
There's no way. Bring
I
it or
read it
don't.
okay.
Bring it or don't, Kip. Bring it or
Okay,
don't.
can we go to a passage?
You said the Hasmoneans were the ones who brought the revival of literature. Can you give me the
No,
name?
I
the name
didn't say that. I said the Hasmoneans revived Hebrew. I don't know
No,
how
how
that has
about-
any bearing. Okay,
how about
listen,
one? How about one?
Listen. So
Where
what
do
I
you get?
wanted
Where
to
do
get
you?
to,
I don't have to listen.
I also don't have to listen. Maybe I should just go.
Maybe you should.
I didn't want this to turn into a debate, guys. I'm sorry. And that bothered me for a long time. And as I became friends with Danny Jones, I pulled Danny Jones's arm to get Kip on his channel, which ended up working. That video ended up at 750,000 views. It gave Kip a huge boost in his channel after that. And it's just kind of like, I'm not saying I deserve anything from him or he owes me or anything, but for him to just turn around and just stab me in the back and say that my channel is this is what quote from Kip, my channel is a safe haven for Nazis. Despite me always hosting Jewish people, Muslim scholars, Indian scholars, trans scholars, gay, all time, I don't know why he thinks this is a safe haven for Nazis.
Well, Neil, just really quick, because we broke this down for your dad or big homie, whatever, however you refer to him, Derek. Just because you say, you know, man, you know, I have a black friend, and man, I'm really cool with some Jewish people, and you know, I've sat at a table with some people that don't look like me. That doesn't mean shit, bro. Stop. You can say that all day long, but at the end of the day, guess who you also invite to your table? Racist, bigots, and just pieces of shit. and this is unfortunately, and I said this earlier, and this is a shout out to Kip because Kip, I hope you were here earlier when I said that. I think you were, but I hope you were. This is a shout out to Kip, and I just had a conversation with Dr. Josh a few days ago about this as well, and it's the coming to the realization of what white privilege earns you, and when it first starts to sink in, man, it fucking sucks, bro. It fucking sucks. It's what you do with it after that. It's what the fuck you do with it after that. And that's why I appreciate Kip. That's why I appreciate Dr. Josh and others is when you get to that point where it's like, this fucking sucks. And I know I'm fucking hurting people, or I know I've hurt people. How do I get better? I need to talk to and listen to my friends. Exactly what Kip said. Exactly what I heard Dr. Josh say. How do I get better? How do I learn? Try that, Neil. Try learning. Because right now, all you're trying to do is tell us why you're right with your privileged ass, white, bullshit ass nonsense. Yeah, it keep platform all the people you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because the white dude in America, we both know, bro. We both know as white dudes in America, you can move and do what to say, fuck just about anything you want. Stop. Stop with that bullshit. You're not a victim, dude. And Derek's definitely not a victim.
That's just a smear. And I mean, it's disappointing. He has every right to not like Bob or to be disappointed in Derek for talking to Bob. But when he says something like this,
Chrissy, when I hear that, is because Bob doesn't know fucking much about antiquity or the Bible or things that we're supposed to know about in the field. I just don't think he does.
Kip Davis has written no books. He's never taught as a professor. He's written a few peer-reviewed articles, a few chapters, maybe here and there. He's not doing much as far as when it comes to a scholar besides YouTube and the internet. Robert Price, on the other hand, has 2 PhDs in the New Testament, 3-time honor awards, Phi Kappa Phi, Phi Alpha Theta, Phi Alpha Chi, dissertation award distinction, Lowell Bennington Editors Award, affiliation with the Society of Biblical Literature, Institution of Advanced Theology, Jesus Seminar, West Institute, Jesus Project, Senior Research Fellow, editor of multiple journals, has dozens of books written, peer-reviewed, tons of articles written, has been all over the map as far as theology goes. He's well known in theology to the point where debated Bart Ehrman, William Lane Craig, Michael Grieg, Bob Siegel, Craig Blomberg, Gary Habermas and Mike Lacona, John Rankin, James White, and others. Why would William Lane Craig, Bart Ehrman, and Gary Habermas...
Hold on. I don't... What's up? What? Hey, what's up, Kentucky Atheist? Hey, our video got a lot of views, so if you want to be racist, I ain't gonna say shit. That's essentially what we're hearing right now. You bring them views, you bring them subbies, though. You bring them views, you bring them subbies, though. It's all good in the hood. But that's what you don't realize. Shit ain't good in the hood.
waste their time with crazy Bob Price if he's just some just crazy dude? Why aren't they debating Kip Davis, the specialist, right? Well, Kip Davis, to be honest, is not that good of a scholar. He knows the Dead Sea Scrolls very well, and he knows Hebrew. But Kip Davis has never even picked up any history book or any classic literature outside of the Bible. He knows nothing about Plato. He knows nothing about Homer. He knows nothing about Greek. He knows nothing about Latin. He knows nothing about Egyptian sources. He knows nothing about Indian sources. He doesn't know anything. It shows. He's like this. Kip Davis is not someone who should be talking about other people not being up to date in scholarship.
Because Bob doesn't know fucking much about antiquity.
His doctor fodder, which is what he calls his professor that he learned under, was Peter Flint, literally a fundamentalist Christian.
Not the Protestants, not the Catholics, not the Greek Orthodox. So that's interesting. So, folks, these are not the word of God, but they throw light onto Scripture and the message of the Scriptures. And they're very, very interesting. I mean, for what the exhibits I'm speaking about, not only religious Christians, not only religious Jews, but everybody wants to see this material.
Completely behind the curve to modern scholarship today. That's not saying that Kip has only learned what he knows, but Kip Davis has this like weird old scholarship type of mentality that rejects outside influences on the Bible other than from Mesopotamia for some reason. Thinks that
Kip, you just have this weird Kip, you just have this weird interpretation of the Bible that just fucks everybody up and it just distracts Kip, it distracts everybody from the fact that Neil and Derek are racist.
What are you people? On dope? What?
You just have this really weird interpretation.
Bye, Felicia.
It's your fault, Kip. It's all your fault. Kip's just a little piece of shit around here. He don't know nothing about nothing.
that there's no Greek influence on the Bible at all. And when you bring this stuff up, he doesn't even know that people like Philo, Jewish writers from the first century, were actually citing Dionysus and Hermes as gods that were great. One time I brought this up in a group chat about Philo talking about how great Dionysus is and how he's giving gifts to mankind. Kip thought I was making this up. He didn't even know. He asked me for a source. And then I screenshotted the actual page and he just stopped talking. This was a common thing that would happen in this group chat where Kip would be like lost basic stuff about the Greek world which the New Testament comes out of. He has no clue on. So for Kip to start talking about someone else's scholarship not being up to par is just,
bro. So here's the here's the thing for me. So look, I have my handy dandy notebook right here. Like I took notes while I listened earlier as I could as I was doing a light show, and as we were watching and paying attention. At this point, this is when I go, fuck them notes. I mean, Neil, at the end of the day, are you trying to dick measure right now? Are you trying to dick measure? Like what's your point in doing this right now, other than, man, when I go to bed tonight, I want to jerk off. I want to jerk off thinking about that I embarrassed Kip. I mean, because I mean, I can provide the music. I can provide the music. At this point, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? All right, let's listen to the last little bit. 'Cause like I said, at this point, it's comedy to me. It's comedy to me because let me show you. Let me show you my big old learning dick. That's what I'm gonna do. Show him big old learning dick.
It's a bad taste in my mouth. You know Dead Sea Scrolls. That's what you know. But don't sit there and talk about someone else not knowing something. It looks stupid. You look silly. It looks very hypocritical. For years, constantly shitting on Gurmerkin's work, Gurmerkin's peer-reviewed material, as if he has the ability to judge what Gurmerkin's writing about when Kip himself has never even read the material. How can someone who's never...
I was trying to let it finish. Neil, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right, I'm done listening to Neil. Neil, it doesn't fucking matter. You know, do you know what? Do you want to know, Neil, why Kip and Josh, myself, those in the chat, and not all, but most of the people that I rock with and that I know, do you want to know why I know that they're better than you? They love people. They fucking love people. And they're more concerned about people than they are with their little clicky clicks and their little Patreons and their little
Two, it goes 1, 2, 3, fuck that. Get fucked up. 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 Get fucked up.
So again, before I just go complete comedy right now, I want to make sure I'm very crystal clear. Neil, you're on some dumb shit. Derek, you're on some dumb shit. Point blank, period. All the people that you tried to do this like assassination, like character assassination thing with, I don't think it's a look that you thought it was going to be. That said, again, consistency. How are we being consistent? There's a lot of things that several of the atheists said how they operated. No, I don't sign up for it. I don't condone it. I think it's bullshit. Fuck that. And I've been at the bullshit end of it. I've been at the bullshit end of it. Where I lost, what was it after the Jim Majors shit? I can't remember how many people unsubscribed just because me saying be a good skeptic. That's literally all I fucking said. But guess what? Never happened. I never stopped being me. I never stopped caring about people. I never stopped loving people. It never stopped me. Not for a hot goddamn fucking second. And Josh will tell you, Dr. Josh will tell you, because he was rocking with me through all that shit. He will fucking tell you it didn't fucking matter to me. Subscribers, Patreons, blah, 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 all that shit. It was like, no, I want people to know that I'm me no matter fucking what. And you rock with it and you fuck with it or you don't. And at the end of the day, I'm here to love, help, take care of, protect people all day, every day. And I'm going to be me. And if you don't like it, fuck off. And that's an easy fuck off signal when it's I'm here for people, right? Because as soon as it becomes about, well, you're after me, fuck you, you're after me. That all right, you just made this uncomfortable. I wasn't here for you. I was here. I thought we were here for community, right? I thought we were here to help each other and rock with each other. Now all of a sudden you're making it about you. It's never been about me. It's never been about me. Let's create spaces where people are cool and free to be themselves in a healthy way. That's not what y'all doing, man. Y'all creating spaces for fucking racist, and I can't fuck with it. Yeah. Oh, I already said it. It's I already said it earlier. So they both claim. I'm gonna lie. So now, okay. So I'm officially done with the stream. Now I'm just gonna talk shit, right? Yeah. They both talk about rip and run in the streets, drug addicts, blah, 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 all that shit, right? Been there, done that. Here's what I'll tell you, and I said for those that weren't here earlier, being one that I was, I won't say it live. I knew some people that knew something about it. Number one, you don't move this way. If you actually from that shit, you don't move this way. Like this some this some snitch shit. Like if we're just talking like street, real life, like you don't move like if that's where you come from, you don't move like this. And Neil is either his son or it's little homie. So if you know the streets, there's big homie and little homie. Big homie calls the shots. Notice Derek ain't out here. Derek ain't out here doing this shit. Derek started it. Derek ain't out here doing this shit. He got his little homie. He got his minion out here doing this shit for him. And I hate that for anybody because I would never be that dude. I would never be anybody's little bitch out here doing that shit for nobody ever. Never ever. Yeah, I at this point, listen to both of them. I said after the first stream Derek did. I don't know that. Again, ripping and running, doing this shit like where I come from, like real knows real, right? And Yeah, I've already said it, but like Neil never checked out with me. Neil never checked out with me. And now Derek like crying over losing Patreons on a website, bro. On a website? On a website. I don't know. That's a good look. I don't know. That's a good look. Man, I for two dudes that say they come from nothing. For two dudes that say they come from nothing, getting this butthurt over, and I'm looking at from their perspective, right? Good night, Wayne. As always, good to see you, my man. These two dudes say that they. And see, when they say shit, I don't know what they mean. I didn't live their life. The only reference I have is what I've lived, right? What I've done, what I've been through. And when I say I've ripped and run and done shit, I've been, you know, I fucking hate quoting Drake, fuck Aubrey, but started from the bottom. Now I'm here. Like I remember being fucking homeless, living under stairwells, having fucking nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing to my name. Zero. It is as much as I appreciate every single penny, every single goddamn penny that I earned from doing this shit, and especially DJing, like, because that's my love, that's my passion, right? As much as I love and appreciate it, tears. You're crying, bro? You're crying? Cool story. Cool story. And I'm just talking shit while I smoke my cigarette, and then after that, I'm gonna dip out. So we probably got like 3-4 minutes left. Thanks for hanging out, Nitty, and shout out to Nitty. He did a response earlier. I only got to catch a few minutes of it because I was doing the light show and all that. And yeah, go subscribe, because obviously Neil is obsessed with Nitty as well. So go subscribe to Nitty's channel. Neil loves some nitty titties, titties and nitties and titties. Rub on your nitties. No, don't do that. Rub on your titties, your own titties. Only rub on someone else's titties if you have permission. Jester. With a magnifying glass. He's gonna go to the library tomorrow and check the Dewey Decimal System. He's gonna go to the library tomorrow and check the Dewey Decimal System. Check the cards. The cards. Oh, they're not there. Nope. The library doesn't store the knowledge anymore. My bad. My bad. So I'm gonna read this. Well, I'll sign off with this because again, if you're new to the channel or you don't, maybe you've subscribed but you don't hang out here a lot. That's cool as well. You're always welcome here. It's typically a fun, safe space. I try to keep it as fun and shit as possible. But hold on, let's have a drink before I do this.
2, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, bang. Get fucked up, 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 get fucked up.
So this is fucking perfect. Hey, that's that alley oop. Shout out to the Indiana Pacers. I'm not even a Pacers fan. I'm a Boston Celtics fan, but shout out to Pacers. They're trying to get that NBA championship. But Jay said, perfect alley oop. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna talk about me this much on your social medias, at least ask me out. I'm single. I don't date men, but I'm flattered by the obsession. Agreed. And listen, Linda, we all like getting hit on. If you're going to talk about it, be about it. If you're going to talk about it, be about it. What I mean by that, and again, remember, y'all remember right now, I'm being satirical. This is when we get to the comedy point right now, right? Because obviously, Derek and Neil appreciate comedy as well because Bob's a comedian, not a scholar. I read a shirt. Jenna and I went to the mall Friday because I needed to get a couple new hats because it's been a minute. And I saw a shirt and I was like, the next time we're here, I'm buying that shirt. And I'll proudly wear it. I give no fucks. It said, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. I mean, if y'all want to talk about us this much, you want to put all these people's names in your mouth this much, at least pay us. At least pay us. $20 is $20. Exactly. But hey, motherfuckers got to eat, man. Motherfuckers got to pay bills and shit. See, I told you this where I could be serious up to a certain point and drive home a point. And after that, I just laugh at you. When you're on dumb shit, I just laugh at you. So this one, it goes all the way sideways. It's like, what is Oz talking about? Absolutely fucking nothing. I'm just talking shit. That's it. That's all. So in saying that, I'm gonna be dead ass serious right now. Are you ready? Nope, it's actually pretty easy. Fuck a racist. Fuck a bigot. Fuck a homophobe. Fuck a transphobe. Fuck all of them. And if you don't like it, holla at your boy. Holla at your boy. If it's worth having a live stream, I will chop it up with you. If your name is Derek or your name is Neil, it's not worth it. Y'all eels are dug the fucking. But anybody else, especially on the other channel, there is no gray. Like, you're a bigot. Let's talk about you being a bigot. It's all good. We can talk about it. Yeah, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, it's getting late for all of us. And that's what I said. At the end of these shits, I try to always end them with satirical shit and comedy, be a smart ass and loosen it up. But I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Take care of each other. And until next time, fuck the haters.